Wow, we can do that. Oh, wow.
I have to fill out a form already.
I'll just do this one because this one has the stuff on the top.
Okay, okay. So, yeah, let's go ahead and get started in the room. And I'm gonna have Sandra come over here and do a blessing.
Welcome to be here. Thank you. Okay, we welcome you all here for our first workshop of our series. And I'd like to start out with a Atna Dene blessing. Janana Kaltani, Nagalito Ziste, Welset Nini Sugt'stun, Patana Ash Welset Sugt'stun, Patana Ash Welset Dootsak, Patana Ash Welset Pedagogies, Janana Kaltani, Benina Ketlana Kashno Chakoyashtu. We are very happy to have all of you here. We pray that we have a good time listening to each other, hearing each other, and walking good with each other in this meeting. Chinansikyo.
Kalasakuk, Sandra. Yep, so I'll be in touch with all of you after this, probably next week, regarding a survey for this workshop, but I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Darling with APIA.
Hannah, I'd actually would like to give Moses the chance. If we're going to do introductions, Moses, would you be able to introduce yourself first?
Okay. Illah. Hagida asartak atram tanadusi ilagan angirtakok. Wayam dan init tanangin ilan anagarizak. Tanam wasila asarta ilan anagarizak. Atram ilagan nero tunu agortal tunurtazak. Good morning. My name is Kagidach Moses Dirks. I am originally from Atka village, and right now I am living in the Denina lands, a place called Wasilla. Good morning, everyone. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and introduce myself. Onkelach, Unangam Tunu Ilan Shnatoch, Sugt'stun, Amilam Tunu Ilan Darling, Sugt'stun, Isnamilagan and Ichtakuk, Anchorage Ilan and Rarizak, Unangam Ula Ilan Awazak. Good morning, everyone. My Unangach name is Shnatoch. My English given name is Darling. My family and I are from Falls Pass, Alaska, but currently living here on Denina lands in Anchorage. And I work as the Cultural Heritage Coordinator for Aleutian Privileges Islands Association. And I have been working there for about 5 years and want to my major projects I've been working on is our language revitalization project. And I'm looking forward to talking about that and being able to show you guys some examples of some of our lessons and the other things we have going on throughout the Aleutian Pribilof region. Tanach amich tachi.
Mawon kilami hamna ukalinach anasnat lastin ko asakta koking anrachchalum koren aganaking tar tanagamirim koren tanari koking kilami hamna. Morning is good. I am Aquilina Lestenkoff. I was born on St. George Island. I live on Tanagamir, also known as St. Paul Island. I am the director of Tanaguna Makasingin, which is the Office of Cultural Affairs for the Ali community of St. Paul Island. And we've been graciously given the chance to keep our language alive since 2014.
Aglisana George Pletnikov, Sugtstun Tanachamir Akachtakok, Ayuk Tanachamir Kugin, Tanachikok. La Torre Chaluk Kamila Akachtanach. My name is Aglisana George Pletnikov. I've been living and I'm originally from St. Paul Island here. I'm really honored to continue doing this work and to be present here on island. And I'm looking forward to sharing what we've been doing and hearing all the great things that you all have been continuing to do.
Tachi.
Tach. Good morning. Cooking. Namilana cooking. Tagaway anchor Jim Elan cooking. My Unangax name is Chukulukuchach. My English name is Nikita. I am also from Falls Pass. I also live out here in Anchorage and I also work for APIA. I've been with APIA just about 4 years. I work with the Eastern dialect of our language program.
No, I want to hear.
Okay. And see, Shayon Tachi.
Kilamechamna Kachirach, Unangam to New Zealand, Kachirach, a Sugta cooking. Tara Makantan or Amilayan to New Zealand, Shayon a Sugta cooking. Skacha singing Tanach Amika Kakta cook. Tara Anchor Jamilana Kakta cooking. Anchor Jamilan Tanagi cook. Hi, my name is Shayon. My Nagach name is Kachirach. My family comes from St. Paul Island, otherwise known, well, Tanakhamik, otherwise known as St. Paul Island. And I've been working at APIA on and off for about 5 years, but this is the first almost full year I've worked there as an Unangam Tunu intern.
Classical sound. And it looks like Tamilia, are you able to introduce yourself? Crystal. Oh.
Kamiliga asaktakuk at kamilagan ang nishtakuk at kamilan ang nakakizak. Anang at kamilagan ang nishtakuk adang St. George also Onalaska milagan ang nishtakuk. I'm Crystal Dishkin from Atka. I currently live in Atka, and my parents are from here in Atka. My mom is from Atka. My father's from St. George originally and grew up in Onalaska. And I live here in Atka with my family. My husband is from Nikolsky, and we have 4 children. And we live here in Atka. I work with the language at the school and through our tribe. And we work together with the regional team coordinated by APIA and with Darling and Moses and a number of other speakers, including my mom, Sally Sweatsoff, and her first language is Unangam Tunu, as well as the other speakers that we work with. And thank you for being here today, everyone. Ogas.
So we wanted to start off kind of our first hour here talking about some of the language efforts that are going on within our region and even outside of our region, and some of the ways it's changed over the years, what the current efforts are, how things have changed since the pandemic, how we're trying to get back into in-person events. And so I was actually wondering if, Moses, if you were able to talk about some of the, Moses has been working as our Unangam Tunu specialist at APIA and has been working with Unangam Tunu his whole life, and he's seen all the changes that and all the different programs that have gone into trying to revitalize or really promote our language. Moses, do you mind kind of giving like a little history about that and some of the work that you've done?
Okay, I could do that, or a little, I guess. When I first started the history of the languages, that, as a lot of you know, that it was never documented, just passed on orally. But then in the 1820s, 1830s, a priest by the name of Ivan Veniaminov started to document the language using the Cyrillic alphabet, and from there on, it was just mainly religious in contents, but later on they started writing in Cyrillics, and after that, the language itself was usually taught concerning the religion. So after that, there were some anthropologists and some archaeologists started documenting some of the language, but the program itself never really started until in the 70s. That's when the Bilingual Act was passed, and then students with, schools with more than 10 students that spoke the language were required or had a chance to start their own bilingual program. So that's when in 1972 we started using the language in school or teaching it in school. So that's how the Unangam Tunu school efforts started, and from there, Onalaska, Father Gromoff started his program there, and then from there we started developing Unangam Tunu materials for schools, and then that's how the Unangam Tunu classes started. So So it's been used since then. And I have been involved with the language off and on, going to school and trying to support the language as much as I can. And so from there, I had a chance to teach the language in elementary schools to high school and also on the college level. And right now I am working with APIA as a language mentor for students that want to learn the Unangam Tunu. There's lots to be said, but it's going to take a lot of time, so I'll just leave it at that, I guess, at this time. Kawaskum.
Class Moses. So I'd like to just talk a little bit about some of the programs that APIA is currently working on regarding Unangam Tunu, a little bit of the history behind that, and then I'll pass it off to Tanakh Ami to talk about their language efforts. We have been working regionally. Of course, we are, a lot of us are very spread out. So even before the pandemic, we were kind of used to working remotely with each other, but that has definitely increased. And currently, APIA is one of our major language fundings. We're in the third year of an Administration of Native Americans Language Preservation and Maintenance Grant. And this current grant, Unangam Tunu Sugt'stun, is focused on creating a teacher cohort of student learners, teachers, and a lot of our events that were originally planned in person, summer language intensives or intensive download or language camps, travel to the region has not taken place. So we're going to be going into a fourth year. But before we got this grant, we were funded through another ANA grant in 2015 that focused on creating lessons. And our primary consultants are Evan and Susanna from Where Are Your Keys? And they helped us with creating a curriculum or fluency freeway in both dialects, one for the Eastern dialect and one for the Aka dialect. And so since then, a lot of our students that are participants of learning have been learning using the Where Are Your Keys methods. Personally, like all of us who use those lessons aren't Where Are Your Keys instructors, but these are, they're the ones that helped us create these lessons, and that's kind of what the lessons are based off of, is their language learning and teaching method. And so I think currently we have over 100 or so lessons that are not 100% finalized in the new dialects. St. Paul can talk more about the Eastern dialect, but those lessons have been a collaboration through summer language intensives in Attica, St. Paul, and Anchorage. And we had them 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and then I'm trying to remember what years. So 2020 and 2021, we didn't have a summer language intensive in Anchorage. I know they did in St. Paul. So a lot of our in-person events haven't taken place, of course, the last 2 years. But the primary goal of this program is to give these learners an opportunity to spend like intensive times, especially during summer language intensives, with each other and also working with our speakers. And we've been thankful to get participation from speakers, and they've been really gracious with us with trying to get them working with us virtually, because of course we never really did a lot of Zoom language meetings or language hunts over the computer before. So that was a bit of a transition. And we have some other kind of language efforts that we used to do. We used to have an Unangam community night every Thursday in Anchorage before the pandemic, and we're hoping to pick that up again now that cases are slowing down. But we currently do everything pretty much over Zoom. So like for our dialect team, we do a lesson check, so checking lessons and trying to get them ready to present to speakers every Monday. We also do a virtual Zoom lesson every Monday with new learners. And something new that we started within like the past year is for our dialect is the Unangaam Tunu conversation hour, which has been really helpful for a lot of us learners to hear speakers talking in the language more naturally rather than the way our lessons are. And that kind of involves coming up with one specific question that everyone will answer or ask, but then you get to follow up with different questions, and everyone's answers are going to be different. So it gives people a chance to use the language that they've learned, but also get help from speakers when we get stuck on being like, I don't know, I know what you asked me, but I don't know how to respond to that. And we're really grateful for all the speakers who have been able to really help us with that. And just a couple other language things that have been created over the last couple of years. We have created apps for the language. The Unangam Tunu apps, there's one for each dialect, both with over 500 entries. That primarily though is just like words and phrases that people are able to hear in the language. And those were developed in partnership with Thornton Media, created by Don Thornton. And those are free and available for download. We would like to add to them in the future. It's just, that was a lot of work, and that was supported actually through an Institute of Museum Library Sciences enhancement grant. We also, one thing that Nikita does, is puts out a Unangam Tunu word of the week. We do have a pretty good amount of recordings from speakers who are no longer with us, and some new recordings. So Nikita works with those, and we're really trying to make sure we're trying to get those archived and eventually made available for the public to listen to. And then Moses Dirks is funded through an ANA American Rescue Plan grant. And that one is focusing on recording the speakers that we have around today. A lot of our fluent speakers, original or first language speakers are elders. And so really trying to make sure we get to spend or get as much language from them as possible. And then hopefully also having a speakers gathering in the next couple of years. I can't think of, those are kind of some of our major language programs we have going on. Moses or Nikita, did I leave anything out?
I think you got everything.
Yeah, I think you have everything.
All right. Well, I'd like to pass it over to Tanakh Amich. I know they have, I hope they don't have any connection issues. If anything, just let us know.
Okay. Maroon will do. Kilamekamna. I will speak to our most recent effort, which is the Unangam Tunu Speaking, Learning, Teaching course. It is an activity on island that is focused on teacher building along with building fluency. It is a program that exists in partnership between the Aleut community of St. Paul Island and its tribal government and the Pribilof School District. It began again using the WAKE methodology that Chingatu just mentioned in 2015. In 2013, there was a call via a survey in our community in which people really were concerned about the state of Unangam Tunu and the realization that we were losing fluent speakers. And so when the survey took place, one of the most important things that showed up in large number was we got to do something about the language. So between 2013 and 2014 is about when we were introduced to the Where Are Your Keys methodology. And just to say, the one thing that I like about it is that was the teacher building factor. When you take a course, you usually do it for a grade level, whether it's in elementary school, high school, or university. But we didn't have that in our pasts, in our communities. What we had was, in order to build an Ikiaq and to be able to go out in the Ikiaq, you needed to build builders of the Ikiaq. So you didn't just teach how to paddle it, you taught people, the next generation, how to teach the next generation how to build the Ikiaq. And that was what gravitated me towards the Where Are Your Keys method. So since 2015, the Unangam Tunu speaking, learning, teaching course has been taking place. I'll identify it as UTSLT at this point. And since 2015, we've been tweaking it over time. As mentioned, we've had summer language intensives. We work with children in the institutional setting within the school. There's a difference between an intensive being with each other all day, and there's a difference between being with a learner in a school system 1 hour, 5 days a week. And Where Are Your Keys? Evan Gardner was always adamant that I didn't create this to work in the school, but really the school was where we had a captive audience, so we had to take advantage of that. Presently, the way that we have our Unangam Tunu UTSLT course is we start with what we call Milestone 0, and it's an introduction to techniques and the lesson format. You have Alex Bailey, you have this make me say yes, make me say no, you have these setups that you have to prepare with props. So we introduce the learners who are predominantly, or actually right now they all are 8th grade to 10th graders. We introduce them to the techniques and to the lesson format in Milestone 0, and then we bring in Milestone 1, which is a short introduction. They're able to introduce themselves, where they're from, where they were born, and it's scaffolded. It's the Wake method of scaffolding. You start with one component and you add to it till you're able to introduce yourself. That for us is Milestone 1. Presently, we're able to do Milestone 0 and Milestone 1 lessons in one semester of a school year. This last year, we applied for the American Rescue Plan pot of funds and decided we wanted to introduce the UTSLT learners to creating lessons so that we can pass that on, and they can become teachers that are creating their own lessons as well. We use some of the Where Are Your Keys methods, such as a circle of questions, which is an initiating question, make me say yes, either or, and a make me say no method of dialogue. We started that in January. We let them play the setup games. Wake has created these setup cards, and the setup cards allows the learners to take props and set them up as obviously as possible. And the other learners have to guess what the setup is. We gave them an opportunity to develop their skills in illustrating a setup or a scenario, and Wake created these star people, we call them. So you make these quick people that are maybe engaging with props, picking up, etc. So we played the setup game with the kids in the UTSLT class. Now we have 10 learners and they're in 5 teams of 2 and they are drafting lessons. And we're hoping that by the end of this school year, we will have 15 lessons that they will teach off into the SLI. And they are like really, they feel really awesome that the lessons they're creating are going to be used to teach other people. So it's kind of cool to see that. What has happened this year for us is we've talked about it for years, such as APIA has a UT community night. The kids are speaking the language in the community here, which is increased in the last 5 years. So if you go to the store, people are greeting each other, young people, in the language. And we've had this call to take Unangam Tunu out into the community. We've been very fortunate. The coach of the basketball team asked us to come and share Unangam Tunu in the halftime at the basketball game. So that's been kind of cool. We are aiming to do some scripted immersion and play Imharida, aka Go Fish, in a local rec center. And actually tomorrow, our learners and us will be going to a municipal government all-staff meeting and taking them through some lessons. And I think there will be about 40 people present at that event. So we're trying to get language out into our community and not just keep it in the school. And I just have to put a plug in for other than some other projects working on, at least and I will share that we've been very, very fortunate that Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association is our local pot of funding that has given us this room to play. So when you write a grant to do work, it's pretty restricted in some sense, but sometimes we, along the way in our grant, discover, hey, there's these other things we can be doing. And the CBSFA's funding has allowed us to add these special ingredients that we've that been placed before us along the way. So that, in a nutshell, is just a bit about the Unangam Tunu speaking, learning, teaching class. Agalisana, turn it over to Agalisana.
So next we got the digital language archives. And so a lot of this has been taken a step into redesigning tunumawa.com, which is we've had online since about 2014 or even earlier as a resource place for sharing songs and stories, sharing common phrases and history pieces that we've had, mainly from St. Paul. And so now we're taking this redesign, or a facelift as it's been called informally, and we want to create a more central resource center from the Unangam worldview, and we want to be able to have a central place that you know, either of our dialects can share information on stories, sharing our songs, sharing pieces of history from our villages. And so one of that goes into, we have this project to create almanac statements, and this is turning into, I mean, you know, all almanacs, they record certain events throughout the year. And we want to approach that with the Unangam worldview that we've developed, you know, since pre-contact and until now, which pertain to events during certain times of the year. Even, well, we started lately with creating this batch for that we're going to push to social media. They're going to be these little videos we push to social media, and there'll be like annual holidays. You know, think of Christmas. What do we say around Christmas? Simple things like that that are in our modern American culture. And then we also have other categories such as the Iglunin, their proverbs and maliktins, presentiments, natural indicators that have been real big and will vary. You know, we have ways that we identify seasons with what birds and what, you know, when the fur seals come to St. Paul. When we can see St. George Island, there will be a southeast storm. And so we want to be able to speak from the land. And because Unangam is the language of the land. And goes into Machten, calls to action. There was one that was developed from something Stupa Ramanaga said, Mary Borkowski said for our Aleut Independence Day, for St. Paul Island, and it's Unangam Wayamulu Hidin, Kayuturen Kayu, Ungitaren, Ichtachten. And these are pertaining and carrying our most recent ancestors and into the future. And that was a statement for the Unangan that aren't here yet. We be strong and be hopeful. And so we want to be able to push these into social media and being able to, we've been somewhat limited as far as ways people say things. You know, it's where the dialects come in. It's where we want to create this central place and be able to balance things out. You know, there's Kawalamik and then Unangam, Tunu. We want to distinguish that because our dialectical differences can be a struggle at times. So yeah, then from the almanac statements, on this, we want to make a searchable archive, and it's not quite certain what that will be, but we want to be able to push history and stories from our varying villages. So we envision the Unangam Tanangin vision across the home page of Tanamawa, and that we'll be able to travel between our islands and share our stories, our songs.
Yeah, I think just to, I'm listening to Gleason reminded me of my dad. We come from talking about props such as this red cap on the table here. And I'm remembering back in like about 1994, having a discussion about the language with my dad. And he said, I wish you could think in Unangam Tunu, then you would really know what I'm talking about. And that's where we want to go. So when we talk about Unangam worldview, we want to understand the world from ourselves and from our own perspectives. So that's sort of, we do, when we talked about the milestones, or I talked about the milestones earlier, milestone 0, milestone 1. I'm looking at a wall back here, and we have milestone up to milestone 12, generally what we want them to be. So we don't have lessons of them quite yet, but we also have started to add to them that we want them to be natural. And I just wanted to say, for always letting us know when we're speaking and learning from you and using that phrase. That sounds natural. That has like opened up our minds. I really, really appreciate it. Sandalia.
Kurasa Shuzakoch Alisnach Amach Anisnaldach. While you're, I know I had a little bit of different outline, but I was wondering if Crystal, are you able to talk about some of the language efforts to ACA, your involvement and with the language program?
So our language program here in Atka started back before my time. It was when Moses started the bilingual education here in the Atka school. And he mentioned how they had worked on material development through UAF, through the Language Center. And that was through the bilingual, I believe it was through the state, but since then, things kind of changed over the years. In the 90s, there were other language teachers in the school. And the last one in the 90s was my mom. She was doing the bilingual. At that time, it was called the bilingual class. And so the language was, you know, taught using those materials that were developed and things. In the 2000s, I became involved in the school. After I had graduated from high school, I started working in the school. And I'm not a fluent speaker. I knew a lot less of the language back then in the early 2000s than I do now. I grew up with the language, so I'm a fluent understander. But it's a funny thing how you're able to understand the language and not be able to speak it. So I taught at the school in the early 2000s, and I was trying to find and learn about other ways of teaching that we could use. So I researched whatever I could find and was really interested in the immersion program down in Hawaii that they were doing, language nests in immersion. But it wasn't really possible to do that in the school setting. In researching the different language methods, I found out about TPR, total physical response, and then also Dr. Stephen Gray Morning, ASLA, the accelerated second language acquisition. And so I was able to attend one of his workshops and started to incorporate that. And it was a little more interactive with the students and getting students to actually, speak in sentences and stuff. In about 2013 is when we started working with Evan, of Where Are Your Keys? And that's when it was really exciting because we were able to work with students and they were able to begin speaking in complete sentences almost like from day one. Well, it was from day one really. And asking questions and answering questions. And so that's been really helpful with working with new beginners. I think it's also really encouraging for a learner, especially a learner who's had no background in the language, didn't necessarily grew up hearing it very much or really understanding any of the language when they first begin. And being able to start speaking in complete sentences from the very beginning. So that's been really encouraging for our learners. We've done it here in the school, but also beyond the school with the summer language intensive. And we had Charlie Bobby Dushkin from Sandpoint who came to our SLI in 2016. And one of the things that we do in our language program is the OPI, the oral proficiency interview, which comes from ACTFL, the Academy or American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages. And so it's an assessment tool. It's not like a test exactly, but it's just an interview to gauge the learner's level of speaking ability. And so we started out the summer doing an OPI with everyone who was taking part in that SLI. And for Bobby, who had come, to ATCA to attend the SLI, and we had 3 interns as well from various places. They weren't from Alaska at all, but they were interns interested in learning about the Where Are Your Keys language method and about the summer language intensive itself. And so they came in and learned Unangam Tunu kind of as a side byproduct of attending, because they were there to learn about the SLI itself. And they ended up learning Unangam Tunu on the way. But so with Bobby and these other interns that came from various places, they did an OPI at the beginning and started out with no Unangam Tunu. They didn't know any of the language at all. And then we had some of our own youth who had some language, but at the end of the summer language intensive, we did a follow-up OPI with everyone. And it was really incredible to see the difference in just a 6-week program, or maybe it was 10 weeks that year. And so from the beginning of the summer language intensive to the end, people were able to speak in complete sentences, and ask and answer questions, in the affirmative and negative answers, and carry on a whole conversation. And that was just after one summer. So it was something we'd never seen before. And like I said, it was really encouraging. And we have, done, continue to have Unangam Tunu in the school since then here in Latvia. And the last couple of years, we haven't been able to do the summer language intensive because of COVID, of course, but we're hoping to slowly get back into doing that, because it creates a lot of momentum. And so we're all looking forward to having future summer language intensives to gain that momentum back. So I hope that was what you were looking for, darling, with the explanation. If you have any questions, just let me know.
I know I had thrown in like a break from 10:50 to 11, but I think we could keep going and then just play it by ear if that's okay, Haley Hannah. Okay, I wanted to see Charlie used to work with us here in Anchorage at APA, but went back home to Sandpoint and has been working on some language efforts back there. Bobby, do you want to speak to any of the language efforts going on in Sandpoint?
Sure. Yeah, no, the only thing that I've been doing out here is working with Mason. I don't know his last name. Anyways, I've been working with him and teaching him the lessons from our Fluency Freeway and the songs, so we could start putting together language nights here in town. Hopefully we'll get it up and going soon. Got my fingers crossed and hoping that COVID stays down. But that's the only language efforts that I've been doing here in Sandpoint. Oh, but Mason also has been teaching the 6th grade kids up in the school, just basic introductions, how to say their names. And I think he goes in with the kids every Wednesday for about 30 minutes. And I told him if he wants to do more to let me know, and then we could go up there and teach the kids games and all that fun stuff. But Mason was also thinking about starting an after school club with the language, with the kids. So hopefully we'll do that next year. But that's what he was thinking. And that's what Mason does. And that's what I teach Mason here in Time Point.
And one of the main reasons I really wanted everyone to speak about their community's language efforts, like in Sandpoint, they don't have any fluent speakers, but I guess it sort of speaks to the program to show that Bobby, as a language learner, is now able to pass off some of those lessons and help create a small language program in your community that doesn't have any fluent speakers anymore. I know Onalaska is also trying to get some language programs going. We don't have anyone from the Onalaska team on right now, but I know they do culture nights with the Coalingan tribe, trying to incorporate more Unangam Tunu into the signage in Onalaska. I know a couple of our cohort members in the past have had language nights, but of course, since COVID, a lot of people's positions have changed, and I mean, a lot has changed. But I have been talking with them in the past and trying to see how we might be able to support language efforts in their community. A couple things I did forget to mention also, like, I wanted to see everyone's efforts throughout the region and here in Anchorage, because it's really a community effort from all of the language learners and speakers. Not just one organization is putting work into it, or just one person, but a lot of, there's like this regional team that we have that really puts the effort in to learn the language and teach the language and make sure that this program continues on. So like every Friday we have a language teleconference to give each other updates and to let people know about what's going on throughout the communities. Another new thing I forgot to mention was that I've been working with Moses and some fluent speakers on creating new words in our language, because we don't have words for internet or when we have like space station or things like that. And unfortunately, our Unangam Alutiiq dictionary is currently out of print and is becoming increasingly harder to find. There is a free PDF version online, but I know a lot of people like having the physical book. So we're hoping to help with creating a third edition of that dictionary in the future, but that's a whole other process. So there are a lot of Unangam Tunu programs going on right now, trying to make sure people know that they have the opportunity to join us and to learn. I know Helihana and Moses have been teaching the class at UAA, which is amazing, and really hoping to have a virtual Unangam Tunu download camp here in the spring, early summer, and potentially an in-person mini summer language intensive in Anchorage with some of our interns. I think that's kind of everything. We have been doing some of our teacher trainings over Zoom, and those last week. And I think most of us know that being on Zoom for long periods of time can get kind of tiring. So we did want to incorporate like a break in here before giving a lesson demo in each dialect about how the lessons are currently being taught by us. So I wonder, Hannah, is this a good stopping point, or does anyone have any questions maybe before we take a break?
And feel free to put your questions in the chat if you are shy about talking.
I want to see your comment there, Denise. Yeah, Denise has been able to. Go ahead.
I just have a question about how you're able to help get people linked into like the meetings and discussions who might have more issues like navigating Zoom or internet access?
Yeah, well, some of I know some of our language meetings are not like completely open to the public, or like our lessons, we do like let observers join, and usually a lot of it's just like invite to make sure people know what they're getting into, and so that we're not bombarded with especially like any unnecessary like Zoom access. As far as helping people out, like I know one of the major issues with at the beginning of the pandemic was making sure that working with fluent speakers, that they had the necessary technology. So we did end up purchasing, we were able to reallocate travel funds to purchase like materials like iPads or tablets, and getting those to the speakers. One of the issues that hopefully won't be an issue in the future was trying to teach a speaker who trying to socially distance, but show them how to do something or how to log into something. And they're texting me pictures of what they're doing on their iPad. And a lot of it's been a learning curve because it's not something we had to do before. And then as far as internet access goes, I know that's been something that can, be an issue, especially with our rural communities. And we've been working or trying to find ways. I know like it can be hard to help reimburse people for internet costs, especially how expensive it is out in the region. Some places it's a little bit easier, like in Onalaska, we can help people purchase Optimera cards. But if you're billed monthly, it's working with accounting and stuff can get difficult on how much is appropriate or things like that. And then the other thing is with people with the internet, we always try to encourage, like I know Crystal often will call in on her phone because it can be more reliable for the audio, which is the important part. And then another thing I think is really important for those, if you are going to be bringing in like fluent speakers, especially elders, making sure to compensate them for their time and for their efforts, because like with the knowledge that they're able to provide is, you can't put a price on it, but I know it's always helpful for the speakers for the time they dedicate to the language.
We have a question in the classroom.
Good morning. This is Maria Williams. So what a beautiful and powerful, amazing suite of presenters of how the language is being taught in the region. So my question is, has anyone like done a survey, for example, of, what is the total, Unangam population? How many language programs are there? How many fluent speakers? How many people are acquiring the language? They're doing it in some regions, I know, but it's so powerful to hear all of these young people that are really learning the language, that I feel that we're in the middle of a renaissance. So I'm just wondering if anyone's documented the kind of the statistics or the data. Gasukuk, thank you.
Yeah, I know that's something I people always like to see the numbers behind these things. We have, it's been off and on, and I know it's not 100% accurate. Just recently, we did go through our list of fluent speakers. It's under 100 like fully fluent speakers. We do have a good amount of fluent understanders or semi-fluent speakers, and a large amount of learners. Some of that documentation is kind of hard because we have people who join and then they go to school and they come back. Even for our cohort program, not everyone's given the opportunity, like some of us, to put so much time of our work lives in. I just muted myself. But I think that's something that we should look into, because the efforts have been growing. And unfortunately, we do have an older fluent speaker generation. So we're really trying to push for more people to work with those speakers, and there's a lot of efforts right now on getting recordings of them. Tanakh, Amich, or Moses, or Crystal, do you guys know anything else about like the statistics?
On Panagamik, we have 6 fluent speakers. However, 2 of them are in homes for elderly in Anchorage, so we have access to 4 speakers on the island. In regards to programs, we are fortunate to have language at least twice a week with all levels of grades in the school. It's their short introductory stuff, but it's going and it's going good. The Ali Community St. Paul Island is working with the school district on another project to take the Unangam Tunu lessons we're creating to a digital platform called LMS. So there are other things coming down the pipeline. So, and we try to parallel that, for example, digital learning platform. And at the same time, we just applied for funding to, let's listen to Latore and Kuka in a story visit so we can get stories. One of the things that we're missing is, for example, listening materials to listen to the cadence of the language with more than just a sentence or 2. So we're looking at creating more listening materials to help us with our pronunciation. And we do track learners both, I mean, through APIA, their programs, and Panagamich with our programs. Every time we have someone come into our program, we do assessments. So assessments is our means of tracking learners that are coming in, and at the same time tracking their fluency, and parallel to that, tracking their ability to use these techniques. And the techniques basically allow second language speakers to use their hands, you'll see that demonstration later, to still communicate with each other, but to cut out English as much as possible.
Moses, do you have anything to say about I know we're looking at, Crystal, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just waiting to see if Moses was gonna say something first.
So I think at this time is this fluent speakers. I was looking at the recent survey that was done on fluent speakers. It looks pretty dismal, but in the 2000s, the year 2000, people and younger people became more interested in the language, and that's really good to see. And the language revitalization program helps a lot. There are more young people that are interested, and that's a positive thing. I think the more fluent speakers that are coming out of the Unangam region is probably from my hometown of Atka. It's called the Western dialect or the Nero dialect. So as far as that goes, I think the programs that are being done today really helps in revitalizing some of the language that, of course, we probably won't get back the old type language, but we're trying to help promote that. I'll ask him.
And I was just gonna add to that. We haven't done a survey out here in Atka or anything, but we're so small. There's only 50 people in our community, and so out of our 50 people here in the village, we have 15 first language speakers that still live out here. There are at least 15 that I know of that live out in Anchorage. I mean, that I can think of off the top of my head. There's probably more than 15, maybe 20 or 20 plus speakers of the Atka dialect that live out in Anchorage. And then we have our 10 students here in the school that are learning Unangaam. And then we have about 10 or so that are involved now or have been involved in the past like 5 years or so in learning the Atka dialect. I mean, not only 10, but that have been, pretty regular about participating in the weekly sessions and excuse me, the language Atka dialect conversation hour that we have on Mondays. And so those are just a few numbers that I could share, but like I said, I haven't done a survey, so I don't know who I might have missed.
Darling, can I add?
Oh.
And then I've been in Luluch in Onalaska these past few months, and there's 2 fluent speakers of Unangam Tunu that I know of. They're Julia and Arnold Dushkin, but they're in between Luluch, Onalaska, and Chalukach, Nikolsky. And there were 2 other fluent speakers in Nikolsky. They recently passed away. And then I've been, talking with Kavidach Moses, and we think there might be one more fluent speaker in Onalaska, but I've, because of the pandemic, I haven't been able to get in touch with him. So that's Neon Merkuliev, and I'm pretty sure he made a list of like bird names in Unangam Tunu pretty easily, but I haven't met him. And then there are a couple fluent understanders in Nikolsky. I don't know if you work with Arnold and Julia. I've talked to them about it, and it seems like, I don't know, well, they've told me that they're not literate in Unangam Tunu, but they've been working with me, because I learned Nihorim Tunu with Moses, but they've been working with me to teach me Kawalingan, is how they say it, Kawalingan.
I personally haven't worked with Arnold and Julia Dushkin. I know Arnold's seen us do presentations because he does sit on the board for APA as the Nikolsky representative. But I mean, we definitely, some of our speakers, especially for the Eastern dialect, unfortunately, have not been very accessible since the pandemic. So, I mean, we've been really grateful with the Neoluch dialect to have speakers like Moses, Sally Swetzoff, Agnes Thompson, Teresa Prokopiev, who are able to work with us over Zoom and keep them safe. But we haven't had as much luck with some of the speakers in the Eastern dialect. Were there any other questions? I was wondering if we could take like a quick 5-minute break before we do our lesson demos.
That sounds good.
Okay, so maybe I'll be back on at 11:27 or not 17 Anchorage time, and then we'll do some demos of early lessons, a demo in each dialect.
Sounds good. Classical.
Classical. Tachi. All right. So we're gonna show some of our earliest lessons from the Western and Eastern dialect fluency freeways. And these do look a little different, of course, and I could talk about that more after. These were all created for in-person working with real life props, touching everything and handing things and moving things around. And of course, since the pandemic, that's not the safest way. So we have, over the last 2 years, adapted a lot of these lessons to do virtually. So I was going to have Charlich join me. We're going to do a quick demo. And you'll see some of us using hand signs that are part of the where are your keys method with some, you see us doing some things like this to Tom, which is again, if you want to hear something again. Sometimes you'll see this 3 times. Sometimes 2 times isn't enough to hear it or say it. And 4 times can be too much. So 3 times seems to be like a kind of a sweet spot. People do this, they're finished. Oh, you'll see it. This one, lists. So we have lists of words that will copycat each other. And I have screen sharing capabilities, right, Hannah?
Wait, let me add that.
Okay. Well, Bobby and I will first start off by this lesson is one Alkuch all. And what we're going to first start off with are some lists. So Charlich Tachi. All right, so list Atakan. On. Nanga. And sometimes if we have new learners, we'll do that 3 times. But I think Bobby knows Ong and Nanga well enough. We can go on to the next one. So list Allah. Akuch.
Yeah, it looks like in this Glenard area, I think.
Oh.
No, it's downtown.
All right.
I got it. Let's do that one. I'm muted now. Oh, let's do that to Tom, Charlich. Akuch. Alakach. Oh, and this one's not in the list, but I think this one's a good one to throw in. List Kunkus. One. Hingen. And this last list is just a prop list. So Jablukach. Chaskich. What is the last prop I get? Oh. Stuluch. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And let's see if I can use the annotation button. All right, cool. All right, Charlich Tachi. Charlich. One Alkuch all.
Oh, one Chaskich Akuch.
Let's do that 3 times from the beginning. Charlich one Alkuch all.
Oh, one Chaskich Akuch.
Okay, last time to Tom. One Alkuch all.
One Chaskich Akuch.
Now let's throw in the make me say yes or make me say So again, from the beginning. Or actually, do you want to ask me first and then we can do that?
Yeah.
First, right, yeah. So you can say this is my turn, your turn.
Yeah. Okay. Chunatu. One Alkuch all.
Oh, one Chaskich Akuch.
Oh, we doing the
Oh, I'm finished. I'll ask you next.
Okay.
So Charlich from the beginning, with the make me say yes. Charlie, one al kuch al.
Oh, one choskich akoch.
Oh, one choskich al e.
Ong one choskich akoch.
You want to do that to Tom, or are you finished?
Tom.
To Tom. Okay, from the beginning.
Wrong.
Charlie, one al kuch al.
Oh, one choskich akoch.
Oh, one choskich al e.
Ong one choskich akoch.
Oh, choskich. Choskich.
Wrong. Chingatio. One alcohol.
Oh, one choskich akuch.
One choskich al e.
Ong, one choskich akuch.
Wow. Tatam. Are you finished?
Sinakuch. And now we'll throw in the nanga. All right. Are you ready? From the beginning then. Chalich, one al kuch al.
One choskich akoch.
One choskich al e.
One choskich akoch.
One yablukach al e.
Nanga. One yablukach alakach. One choskich akoch.
Oh, choskich. Would you like to do any of that again, or the last part, or are you finished?
Let's do the last part.
Last part? All right. So they'll just do the not make me say no. Chalich, one yablukach al e.
Nanga, one yablukach alakach. One choskich akoch.
Oh, choskich. Choskich. Tach-i?
Darling, one alcohol.
Oh, one choskich akuch.
One choskich al e.
One choskich akuch.
One yablukach al e.
Nangach. One yablukach alakach. One choskich akuch.
Oh, choskich.
Choskich. Choskich. Anali. All right. And that's just a short part of a demo of one of our lessons. We actually have a much longer list of props we go through. And a lot of times, like we broke it up, we try to use bite-sized pieces. So just starting off with one question, depending on where the learner is, are they going to be able to use the language with adding in the nanga, or are we going to have to pass it down or do it bit by bit? And so that also gives people an opportunity, though, to be able to ask the question and also answer the question. So everyone will get a chance that's in that lesson or ride. And one thing we didn't demonstrate, since I knew Bobby had been through this lesson, I didn't have to do this method called cats out of the bag, where we have them repeat back to, tell them what the answer is, and everyone will repeat it back to us. I know that's something that Kita's really good at and something I'm not the best at demonstrating. So that is just one of our first lessons in Unangaam Tunu for one al kuch al. And that leads up to our first milestone, which is beginner chalida. our beginner Go Fish. And so I want to give Tanakh, Amich, will you guys be demonstrating showing in person? I know you guys have construction going on, or will Nikita and Shayon be demoing?
I think we can do it. The construction folks are right behind us, but we'll talk over them. I'm saying it loud enough so they know. I guess maybe FYI, we're going to demonstrate it. Thank you, Sugtstun, for speaking at all the techniques in English. We're going to demo with no English.
Just demonstrate it through, so we have an immersion bubble. Akkuch.
Akkuch.
Al-Quttach.
Al-Quttach.
Akkuch.
Akkuch.
Al-Quttach.
Al-Quttach.
Waya.
Waya.
Chaskach.
Chaskach.
Waya.
Waya.
Chaskach.
Chaskach.
Ku.
Ku.
An.
Ku.
Ku.
An.
Ku.
Ku.
Akkuch.
Akkuch.
Allakach.
Allakach.
Akkuch.
Akkuch.
Allakach.
Allakach.
Akkuch.
Akkuch.
Allakach.
Allakach.
Al-Quttach waya.
Al-Quttach waya.
Al-Quttach waya.
Al-Quttach waya.
Al-Quttach waya.
Al-Quttach waya. Al-Quttach waya.
Waya norich. Akkuch.
Al-Quttach waya.
Waya norich. Akkuch.
Al-Quttach waya.
Waya norich. Akkuch. Waya norich alige.
We norich alige.
Waya norich alige.
We norich alige.
Waya norich alige.
We norich alige. We norich alige.
Waya norich akkuch.
We norich alige.
Waya norich akkuch.
We norich alige.
Waya norich akkuch. Waya saliguch alige.
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 Waya saliguch alige. Waya saliguch alige.
Waya saliguch allakach. Waya norich akkuch.
Waya saliguch alige.
Kalinach. Waya saliguch allakach. Waya norich akkuch.
Waya saliguch alige.
Waya saliguch allakach. Waya norich akkuch. And just for reference, we have adjusted our ways to needing. Yeah, we had a session where we have 2 accents we'll give with lessons. That was where we had, and it is with an intention to help our pronunciation in gaining so a lot of times, we don't speak this way in English, so we're training ourselves and reaching into our gutturals and being precise in what places in our mouths and our nose, throats that we speak.
That was great to see. And I guess before we go into, I know people might have some questions. I just wanted to talk quickly about some of the ways we've kind of transitioned here with in the Anchorage team doing lessons virtually. And I know even in St. Paul, you guys had adjusted some of your lessons to be from a distance. So one thing we did know, like right off the bat, is that it's not going to be, not every lesson we've created is going to be extremely easy to do over Zoom, especially when we're trying to do these lessons about like one and hingen or hamung. They usually have to take our show very things are depending where they are, where you are, where you're pointing, where someone's walking. Those aren't all super obvious for a new learner to understand over Zoom. So sometimes those ones, sometimes you have to break that immersion bubble because people will ask if they're getting extremely confused. So if we have tried to create these lessons or modify lessons that are being typed up, at least for the Unangam Tunu dialect, with Zoom teaching notes. So if you're teaching it over Zoom, we have taken a lot of time to create different slideshows because originally we all have props or prop bags that will have all the necessary props we need, like little chairs, little tables, fake apples or potatoes. Just recently we were going through a lesson. Well, we went through a series of lessons over Zoom. These kanang lessons that have to do with, in the language like kugan, sitkin, kathan, agalan, nagan, shidin, and kuchkan. And trying to figure out how to create the perfect slideshow to show where certain objects are in comparison to something else. And especially trying to put an object inside of something on a slideshow has been, we figured it out, but those were a lot of things that we realized have taken a lot more time than we initially thought. I know at the beginning of the pandemic, we went from everything being in person, always doing lessons right next to someone. Everyone's passing the same objects around. Everyone's very close to each other, or using an extra person to talk about them. And then all these positional words. And that doesn't come across great virtually. So that has been a struggle. So there are, I know there's a handful of lessons that I just completely don't do over Zoom. And I'm hoping to be able to teach again in person, because I don't want someone to think these words mean something that they don't, when it's not super obvious. And like I mentioned in St. Paul, with the 6-foot rule, you guys have been able to do some of that rewriting with some of their lessons as well. And having an extra person, I know Chakulakuchuk or Chalik, having someone who already knows what's going on is extremely helpful, because teaching these lessons just by yourself can be pretty difficult. I know Nikita, sometimes she's really good at doing that. Like what was just shown by Aquilina and George, this cat's out of the bag method, having them ask you the question and then you answer, so that you are able to do it with a brand new learner. But it is really nice for people to be able to see these conversations before it gets to them. Another thing that I have incorporated that we usually don't have new learners see the text, but I know that everyone has different like learning methods. So depending on the class or if it's like requested, I'll sometimes put the lists in the chat. And I guess one of the benefits of that is people can hear the words and see them at the same time. But we don't do that for like the whole script usually. And I guess another benefit of doing them over Zoom has been the ability to record the lessons. So one of the issues with community language night is sometimes people couldn't make it every Thursday evening. So if we were going through lessons and they got skipped, it was nice if we had enough people that could get pulled off to do that lesson on their own with a teacher. But with Zoom now, if someone's not available for like one of our Monday classes, they can at least review and watch, listen, and then repeat and practice on their own outside of the class. Trying to think of any other hindrances of the Zoom classes. I don't know if Nikita or Cheyenne or Bobby had anything to mention about doing these lessons over Zoom.
I have something actually, darling. When Darling and I first started doing lessons over Zoom, I think I spent I started off at the very first lessons in the milestone. Like I took all of the people that I had all the way to the end of our Fluency Freeway, and it took us about like 6 or 7 months to figure out like how to do the lessons over Zoom. And that was interesting, but at that time I had one of our interns, Charlotte, with me. You know, she's been through all the lessons, and like we spent so much time like talking over like how can we adapt this ride to like be able to portray the grammar pieces accurately over Zoom so that everybody knows like exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, so it did take a lot of planning. And I think we've gotten used to it now. So it'll be interesting when we go back to in person, but I'm excited for that. And I saw your comment, Haley Hannah. I know one of the things that can be frustrating about doing some of these things over Zoom is that Zoom will sometimes think some of the sounds that we use in our language are background noise. And sometimes they'll get cut out because Zoom, if you have it set up to cut out background noise, they can think those guttural sounds are actually not from you talking. So they might not come across like the right way for someone on the other side of the mic. So I know that can be an issue with people hearing the language the right way, because I know even when I'm hearing speakers on like during one of our new word community meetings, I'm not hearing everything the way I would hear it if I was like in person with them. And I don't know if Tanakh, if you guys had anything you wanted to mention about how you guys kind of created lessons or started doing lessons during the pandemic and how that's changed.
Sure. For example, the lesson that we just performed or demonstrated when we went into the 6-foot distancing realm, we were still face to face. We've never really had to not give that up, which has been, I've been very grateful for how safe our community has been through the pandemic. So even in the space behind us, we had our learners 6 feet apart, and you couldn't do in Alutiiq. So we had to start them on Alutiiq versus Alutiiq. And I really appreciate that Unlisana, before that time frame, it was actually the school year last year, brought up pronunciation. And so he want to give him credit for the one creating the accents, the Unangam Tunu accents. And we realized that our learners prior to, what year was that, 2020? When we started these accents in our lessons, the last 2 years, we have had heck a lot better enunciators rather, than in the previous years. So, Tika sa ko Luisa for coming up with the idea of the Unangam Tunu accents.
It makes the big difference between stealing and saying something is full.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can't think of anything else.
Yeah, I guess the only other thing I'd like to mention is that doing things over Zoom has given us the capabilities of working more with learners who aren't here physically in Anchorage or aren't physically in our region, or people who are in our region who don't have speakers or teachers in their communities. So some of the past people we've worked with who are going to school, like we have one of our language learners, she lives in Chicago, going to school there. We're able to continue to work with her and make sure she's still able to hear the language. I know Nikita works with some people who live in Massachusetts, but we also get people who are from the Aleutian and Pribilof Islands, but now live, in North Pole or in California, Washington. So it's given us an ability to be able to reach out to a group of people we didn't get a chance to before. But I didn't know if any of the others, I know we'll have a panel after lunch. I was just wondering if any of our speakers had anything else they wanted to mention before maybe we get some questions from the audience.
There was one other thing I did want to just mention, since we've been talking about Zoom, using Zoom for our language work. And somebody had asked a question about accessibility and how we're able to work around, people who might not have a great internet connection. And Darling, you mentioned that sometimes I'll call in on the phone. So I just wanted to highlight that as a solution that's worked really well for us, especially those of us who are out here with really slow internet connection and poor internet. A lot of times my Zoom will cut off and it's affected by the weather. So when we have a lot of wind or storms, a lot of snow on the GCI dish or whatever, my Zoom will be really choppy and I'll cut off a lot. So I do call in a lot of times on the phone, but I just wanted to mention that Zoom has an option. It costs extra, but if there's like a language program that has a budget for it, it's really worth it when you're working, especially with people in communities with less than high-speed internet. I feel like it's a really good investment to pay that extra cost for Zoom that gives the option of a 800 call-in number. And so you call in with the 800 number to Zoom, you put in your meeting code and then the passcode for that particular Zoom meeting, and then you're able to call in on the phone. And that's helped a lot. So I just wanted to highlight that as well for that question about working with learners that don't have good internet connection.
Crystal is, I guess, Hannah, did you want to, or I guess there might be some questions in the chat, or if anyone in there physically might have some questions.
There is one question in the chat, darling.
Oh, okay. Okay. What are some of the exercises we start with for brand new beginners to get more familiar with the guttural sounds? Oh, Tanakh Amich, I see you used the chat, but you sent it directly to me, I think. But they use singing to help with pronunciation. And one of the techniques that we use, we call an accent adjustment, or even like right way, wrong way. I don't know. Crystal, were you going to talk about those, or? I saw you come on.
Yeah, I wanted to just share one of the techniques that we use with new beginners that are just starting out learning Unangam Tunu is we call it technique mumble. And so what that means is, we understand that new learners are, especially brand new learners, are coming from not having any background in Unangam Tunu, and that they're not, going to be used to hearing and pronouncing these sounds. And the sounds are important to learn because they're an important part of the language. And it was really good to see the demonstration that was done by Aglissanach and Ansnadach and Tanach. But also, for the very beginners, to kind of take the pressure off of learners feeling like they have to, say things perfectly if they're going to be learning it, and if they don't say it perfectly, there can be that self-conscious pressure to say things right off from the beginning. And so the technique mumble takes that pressure off. And so there's a little saying that goes along with this technique. And so we say, close enough is good enough for now until you can get an accent adjustment. And so those are the two techniques, mumble and accent adjustment, that go together. And so mumble is basically saying, you try your best and get as close as you can. I mean, don't, completely disregard the pronunciation. Try, the best you can, but we are going to, be gracious and patient and not, drill you from day one to be pronouncing these unfamiliar sounds perfectly, because it will take time and practice. But so when we work with someone for a while and we hear that, the sound is continuing to not quite be what it needs to be, then we can give that accent adjustment. And so this is like we're imagining that our fingertip is like a tool working on the voice box, and just giving it a little tweak and a little adjustment so that we can, so instead of, like, for instance, instead of saying akuch, we would say akuch, because the X is a sound, not a soft. So yeah, that's the other one that Darling was mentioning, right way and wrong way. So we would say accent adjustment. I'm going to give you an accent adjustment. This is the wrong way and right way. So akuch, 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 akuch. So if you could hear the difference. And sometimes it takes a little bit of time working with the language to even hear the difference. But those are some techniques that we do use. And then I see Tanakh Amich is mentioning backwards buildup as another technique. So I'll hand it over to you all to explain that one.
And I think if you demonstrate it, TQ backwards buildup. Can you like give that TQ? No, just the sign. Yeah, backwards buildup. TQ backwards buildup. So when I mentioned that we would sing, we realized we need to also prompt reading or increase reading skills. So we created posters of songs, even if it's Sugt'stun Madiga, and wrote them on a poster, and you have a group of people and you sort of have the comfort of having a group that is singing a song. And if there's a word in the song that is long or difficult to pronounce, then we use technique backwards buildup, and you start at the end of the word. And so the X with the circumflex, the sound would get pronounced first, and then you just add the rest of the word. I guess let's use akoch as an example. So backwards buildup. So we would stop in the song and use that technique to help with pronunciation skills.
It's a great point to bring up the Kumuska.
Yeah.
Yeah, that pressure can be.
I think back to when my dad, I was telling him, geez, I can't even pronounce these words. And he said, oh, I know one place you can go. There's nowhere you can go. So while you're there, you should practice these pronunciations, and you can go. And I'm like, well, where would that be? And he goes, when you're sitting on the toilet. So use those opportunities to just practice that accent adjustment. It does require exercise. I'm glad that someone asked what type of exercises can you perform for pronunciation?
And I see Denise mentioned angels. So another technique we use is angel on your shoulder. And these are pretty much just like your helpers who are already, might already know what's going on or who have been through a lesson before. And I know that's one thing that's been, I know it's really helpful when we have two people especially, and then we have two new learners asking and answering questions. So I can be like, oh, Denise, I'm your angel. Nikita can tell the other person their angel. So then if they get lost or, forget a word, we can just jump in and help them out. Or even a lot of those hand signs, like for the different words, sometimes it just takes a second for them to see that, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, I know what comes next. So that's always really helpful, and also helps with taking some of that pressure off trying to get everything perfect or remember everything, because I know that can be a lot. Were there any other questions?
I have a question, darling, but with like the new learners that I start teaching with for the first time, like there comes a certain point where like I'll mention like we've and I think it's a good reminder for those of us that have been learning the language for a while, we've all been there in the mumbly stage, like our pronunciation wasn't that great. It's like just trying to like tell the new learners and like remind myself at least, that like we've all been there. We've all been there with a bad mumbly pronunciation. It does take time, but like we'll get there. And I find that usually helps the new learners that I teach.
Yeah, that's a really great point, because I know starting off, especially in that summer 2018 SLI, there was just some things, especially just starting off, I could not get like grasp at all, really, that whole summer. And it took me a while to be able to get the right pronunciation, or lengthen a vowel or shorten a vowel, or knowing to use a Q instead of a K, I know sometimes my gutturals aren't always, they're still need to get better at that, but and letting, especially like with Nikita and I and a lot of us who are we're still learners, we're not fluent speakers, letting them know that we're all still like on a learning journey, and each one of us has a long ways to go. But thankfully we have a lot of these people who are able to kind of take that pressure off of our fluent speakers for like a lot of these really early lessons, so that they're not the only ones passing that language on.
I just have to mention, Anasnadahoy is we're using TQ distraction for your Cusca that was back there. We just noticed that was a snake in the tank. So distraction.
Oh yeah, they're friends. Hannah, were you saying something?
Yeah, I was gonna address Candace's comment. So I haven't really learned where are your keys. I've never been able to do a download camp or anything. I'm hoping to. So a lot of these techniques, it's so cool to see. Tanakh Amich, that was like, I'm still like, my brain is still boggled by watching you guys do the back and forth completely in Unangam. I think that was so cool. But since I'm teaching with Kavita Moses online, what I've been doing with my students is, this semester was the first time we did this, and Candace is one of my students, we had them record the alphabet. So we had like a PowerPoint of the alphabet with all the sounds, and a recording of Kavita and I going back and forth, and him pronouncing the sounds, me repeating. And what they did was they recorded themselves, and I've had a lot of great feedback about students doing that. And I know this isn't like where are your keys, like a where are your keys method or style, but I really enjoy that, like being able to sit with students on like specific PowerPoints for slides on the sounds specifically, and then providing them one-on-one feedback. I think that has been really cool. So that's what I did, like that's what Moses and I did for our very first week, was we just did the alphabet and sounds.
Oh, awesome. I know that, yeah, that's not something that like the alphabet and those things are like an early part of where your keys. One resource are the Unangam Tunu apps. They do have like the alphabet, so you can hear those sounds, and it also gives you an option to record yourself and then hear yourself against the speaker. So that's also kind of just a resource that's out there.
Here on Tanagami, we've used the Tunu Isuli singing. We're calling them Tunu Isuli singing as practice for pronunciation, and we drum along with it or chant along with pronunciation. But one of the 5 teams that's creating new lessons is actually creating flashcards with the Tunu Isuli singing on them, and it would take you through a pronunciation. It's in very basic stages right now, but hopefully it is fully in Unangam Tunu with helping learners with pronunciation, flashcard format.
That's so cool. So darling, I know it is 12:02 right now. Should we let folks take a lunch break?
Yeah, that would be great. And then we can start our panel at 1:02.
Or whenever, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, whenever everyone joins back on class cook.
All right, I'll see you all in 1 hour. I'm gonna go ahead and start recording. Kawasakuk, everyone for being here and for joining us after lunch. Before we get started on our next agenda item, which will be an Unangam Tunu panel that I'll moderate with some of the folks that spoke this morning, I wanted to invite our dean, the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, right? up to talk a little bit about who she is and what we're doing, and welcome her to this space. So Dean McNulty, feel free to come up here. There are microphones everywhere as well too, but they'll be able to see you up here.
Yeah, the camera though, they won't, I think
Yeah,
she better come
they
up
can
there
see
so
you
they
up
can see
here.
Okay.
Right here. Yeah, this is good. And I haven't spotlight us, so just so.
Well, thank you. It's nice to be here in person, and it's also nice to have the technology so people can be here remotely. My name is Jenny McNulty. I'm the new Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences. I started here in July, and I'm just so excited to be here. And I'm also really excited to see the work that the Alaska Native Studies faculty are doing. It's really remarkable. It's a lot of work, I know. And so not just organizing the workshop today and tomorrow and Saturday, but the work they do every day in keeping Native languages alive and well. So I appreciate the work they do, and I'm looking forward to hearing what they learn and what they share with others about developing materials for these classes, as we have some really strong and important classes, and we have an AA degree that you can get face-to-face or online, just a little promotion there. So learning new ways to teach Native languages is what we're all about at a university, learning new ways to do things. So I appreciate this workshop and the work that you all do, and I'm just excited to be here. I'm able to stay for the next panel if that's okay, and I'd love to hear more about what you're doing. So thank you again, and thanks everyone for being here, either in person or on Zoom.
Thank you so much, Dean McNulty. Kawasako. Wonderful. Okay, let me admit. Oh, thanks, Darling, for helping me admit folks. Okay, so Darling, does it look like the Unangam Tunu panel is all here? I want to make sure they're all here before we get started.
I'm assuming so. I think everyone should be back by now. Looks like Bobby's back. Kucha's here. Tanakh Ami is here. And there's Crystal and Moses. Are you guys there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, class.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make spotlight everyone. Okay, well, before we get started, I realized I didn't really formally introduce myself to everybody this morning. I think I know most everyone here, but ang kam agala alagum ayaga asach dakok unangak akok akutanam asku atcheningigam ilagan ang dakok dana inam tinangin kuran an rarizak ama ilulum tanadigusi ilan an rarizak anang anet singer asach dakok ilulum tanadigusi ilan an rarizak adang Thomas Stepatin asach tanach akutanam ilagan ang tanach Kukang Madi Tripanov Stepatin asach tanach akutanam mama akungam ilagan ang tanach amala Turing Art Stepatin asach tanach net hukam ilagan ang tanach. And Kurane Ramanakoch, it's so great to see everyone here today. My name is Haley Hana Alagum Ayara Stepatin. I'm Unangach. I'm Kigirum Unangach. I was born and raised in my village Akutan in the Aleutian Islands of Alaska. In Unangam Tunangin is what I'm trying to recall them for everyone and reclaim our name for the islands. My dad was Thomas Stepatin of Akutan, and my mom is Annette Singer. She lives in Onalaska. And my grandma was Maddie Trepanov Stepatin of Akutan and Akun, and my grandpa was Art Stepatin from Natuka or Sandy Beach Village on Umnak Island. I'm so pleased to be here with you all on Dena'inam Tunangin today on the lands of the Dena'ina peoples in what is known as Anchorage, Alaska. So welcome everyone. This panel that we will kick off is with the Unangam Tunu team that introduced themselves this morning. But I would like everyone to reintroduce yourself, and I'll add a prompt in the chat with some extra items. So if you want to do an Unangam Tunu introduction, please do what village in Unangam Tanungan or in the Aleutian Islands that you're from or your family is from, who your family is, and what your role in the Unangam Tunu revitalization is. And let's start with Pavita Moses.
Qagida asartakok hamilaim tunulan Moses asartakok. Atramilagan angirtakok anang lidiach asartanach adlang ilarian asartanach. Tanadgusim igitak chkalogem ilan anna ilagan akartakok. Asal switching or chang bratis matanak matakok. Asal Allah sisters matakok. Wayam unangam tunu nerum tunugut avortauzusekok. Unangam tunu anqarinisgan achigassekok. Hello, my name is Moses Dirks, and my Unangak name is Kodiak, and I am from Atrach, which is Atka. I was born and raised there. My mother's name was Lydia, and my father's name was Larry. And I had five brothers and 2 sisters. I am working presently with APIA, doing the Unangam Tunu as a mentor there, as a transcriber and translator of Unangam Tunu. Kawashko.
Crystal, are you here? Would you be able to introduce yourself next?
Sorry, the audio cut out a little bit. What was that you were saying?
Would you be able to introduce yourself next? And I put the introduction if you want to follow it in the chat.
Oh, gosh. Unangam Tunu ilan ktamiliga asaktakuk atkhamilagan angiktakuk atkhamilan anrakazak anang tugid mayaga asaktakuk atkhamilagan angiktakuk adang kasudam lakaya asaktakuk Saint George ilagan angiktakuk also ilulim ilagan angiktakuk Kukang Sosipatrach Asachtanach Atcham Ilagan Angtanach Kukang Anna Maria Asachtanach Atum Ilagan Angtanach Ugin Kiach Asachtakuch Chulukum Ilagan Angtakuch Ugingagita Atcham Ilan Anrarizak Sitching Anictus Matakus Unangam Tunungan Awazak we Unangam Tunu Achuga Likuk Akuran Unangam Tunu Ilikcha Adazak. So I in Unangam Tunu I'm Kthamadiga. In English, my name is Crystal Dushkin. I am from Atka. Atchach is the original name of Atka. And I live here in Atka. My mom is Sally Swetzoff from Atka as well. And her mom, my Kukach, was Clara Sospatra Snigorov from Atka. Her mother was Mary Prokopyov, originally from Attu, who came here to Atka when she married her husband, Andrew Snigorov of Atka. My family on my mom's side have all been first language speakers of Unangam Tunu, including my mom. I grew up bilingual in understanding, but not in speaking. So I can understand Unangam Tunu Nirorig dialect of Atka, but I'm still learning to speak it correctly. My dad is Michael Swetzoff, originally born in St. George, but he was raised in Onalaska, and we have a lot of family there in Onalaska. I have aunts and uncles that live there. And so the Nirorig people are here in Atka. Attu is Sasinach, and Onalaska is Kawalangich. So I have ties in my family to all of those three tribes in our region. My husband is Kiach William Dushkin from Nikolsky, and I live here in Atka with my husband and our 4 children. My role in Unangam Tunu revitalization has been first learning Unangam Tunu throughout my whole life. Like, as I mentioned, I can understand it already, but I'm still learning to speak it. And so it's 2 different parts of the brain, apparently, when it comes to language, as far as comprehension and then speaking. I wish they were the same, but they're not. And so since shortly after I graduated from high school, I've been involved in working in Unangam Tunu, both learning and teaching here in our Atka school. In the early 2000s, I also would travel to the schools in our school district, Adak and Nikolsky, and teach Unangam Tunu in the school, in the schools in all 3 of our villages in our school district, Atka, Adak, and Nikolsky. And when I would go to Nikolsky, I was fortunate to be able to learn have some conversations with some elders over there, Val and Pauline Dushkin, my husband's aunt and uncle, and then also George Bezizikov over there in Nikolsky. And they're all no longer with us, but it was a blessing to be able to talk with them about Unangam Tunu and in Unangam Tunu, and hear a little more of the Eastern dialect back then. So I've been involved in the revitalization since then, but more in a concentrated way since 2013, when we started working with Where Are Your Keys? And we're coming up on 10 years of that already. My language speaking ability has developed a lot over the last 10 years, but I still wouldn't call myself a fluent speaker by any means. That's not to say that it takes more than 10 years to become a fluent speaker. That's just my own story. But other people, can make a lot more progress in shorter time. I think it's definitely possible. So, for having me here. Give it to the next person.
Hanna, Ami.
Ang Kabbalah, Ukalinach, as nader lestin ko asachta cooking. Tanag amigam kuren, tanagi cooking. Tar anrach chalum kuren, aganaking, another kayo another kay Anrach Chalum Kuren Aganach. Adadang Kamuram Tukur Adach Mikhail Dimitrovich Lestenkov Sachtanach. Anadang Matushka Annach Stepanidach Lakanov Lestenkov Asachtanach. I am Aquilina Lestenkov, Unangam Ilin Anasnadach. Anasnadach is the equivalent of my middle name, which is Debbie. I've had that name since before I was born, long story, but I decided to keep it. I reside on Pedagogies, also known as St. Paul Island. I was born on Unangam, also known as St. George Island, and as were my parents, Reverend Michael Lestenkov and Matushka Stefanida Lestenkov. They were born on Unangam as well. I have been interested in the language for a long time in haphazard ways, I like to say. Growing up in my teens, I was interested in the sound. I was not a fluent listener or I'm not fluent in the language. My parents grew up being punished for speaking the language, and somehow they were able to pull it off and speak with each other, yet avoid any of me and my siblings really learning the language. I am the 8th of 9 children. My eldest brother is in his 80s, and my youngest sibling is in her late 50s. Just to give a time frame for those of us that grew up with parents that didn't want us to speak the language. My dad has been my major influence to begin with, and then elders on Tanagammich. I've been living here since I was 4 years old, and in 2013, the 2 elders that I was really counting on to teach me to be a kukach. I was having my first grandchild was going to be born, and they both were done visiting this land. One in June, my grandchild was born in July, and the other elder was done visiting this land in August. And it sort of hit me that I needed to step it up a notch and really get my feet wet learning the language, because I couldn't take my granddaughter to those 2 elders and use her as my excuse for them to speak Unangam Tunu to her. I had to start to do it myself. So I've been involved, and again, graciously, because the community asked for it, and the Alutiiq community of St. Paul Islands government acknowledged that, we have been involved in the revitalizing the language since then through our government, and supported by that. So what has that been? 9 years. And I don't know that I'll be fluent before I'm done visiting this land, but I sure as heck am going to try to ensure that people younger than me have that opportunity to keep the language alive. And I hope one of the dreams that we had in 2014, 2015 is that when we are elders, children will listen to us about who they should be in Unangam Tunu, and not just learn to speak Unangam Tunu from us. And so I still have that little card that's all yellow hanging by my desk and guiding the mission. Teaching Karaskoking. Team.
Kamagala, Lisa Nakasachtakuk, Unangamil, Amerikanchamil and George Pleknikov Jr., Asachtakuk, Tanakamirim, Kurin, Tanakikuk, Tanakamirim, Illa Nakachtakuk, Adadam, George Pleknikov, Asachtakuk, Anrach Chalori Milan, Akachtakuk, Anadam. Leonela Pleknikov, Asachtakuk, Tanakamirim, Illa Nakachtakuk, Latorin, Perfinia Pleknikov, Sugt'stun Betoring, Another Adada, David Freder, Sugt'stun Well, my name is Unangax, or George, or in Unangaam, Tunu, and George Pletnikoff is my government name. I live on Unangam, and I consider myself from here. I spent my first 5 years here before traveling and living in different places. And my grandfather, Professor Pletnikoff, is from Nikolsky, and as well, my grandmother, his wife, Evdokia, is from St. George, as well as my father. Yeah, that's where he was born. My mother is from here, Tanachamich, St. Paul Island, and her father, David Freitas, also from here. We have our Freitas ancestry back to Guam, Chamorro, as our first Freitas was John, who came to Tanachamich. So let's see, what else here do we want to cover? My role in Unangam Tunu revitalization. I mean, it takes me back to my childhood. I feel fortunate, or I am fortunate, that I was under tutelage, I'm gonna say it. Moses Dirks Kodiak, he was my teacher when I lived in Onalaska as a kid, and many there also. So they gave me some firm foundations on how I should identify myself in the world. And moving into the mainland, I felt like I was disconnected somewhat. So especially living in Palmer, it was a very big culture shock for me. So as I grew, my cousin Anna, she was like my sister growing up, Anna Malavirov, now Poras. She was involved in original work done here on Tanachamich with Where Are Your Keys? And I saw her after church one day in APIA, and she was like, we have this thing going on, and I saw it going around before. I had a friend from Lower 48 actually share with me. But I was like, I'm not in college. I can't be an intern. Like, I was able to get myself in, and it was a very empowering experience, and it has been. It's continued to be, and I've reconnected with my hometown, with my family here, and so I feel like I'm doing my best to protect and strengthen this our language here, our dialect. Coming from here, I have my mother's brother, my Amich, Greg Freitas, is one of our fluent speakers I've learned a lot from, and so just wanting to be a bridge between him and to our youth, and also to challenge some of our people our age and older even. I really commend Kalina. She stepped up and done what she can, and I feel that it is needed to challenge each other, that we can make this happen, because there's a lot of this disbelief, it stops us before we even attempt. And so I feel that is my role, is to challenge others and to gather as much as I can to distribute.
It's okay if he calls me older.
Titin, Karaskok.
Stick with
Darling, Taki?
Ang tach Kamangalach Hujich Unangam Tunu Ilan Snatoch Asaktukok Ama Amilayam Tunu Ilan Darling Anderson Asaktukok Isnamilagana Nechtukok Ingridge Ilan Anararizak Unangam Ula Ilan Awazak Anang Teresa Smith Asachtakuch, Isnam Ilagan, Onglichtenach, Adung, Charles Anderson, Asachtenach, Paul Harbor, Oslo, Washington, Onglichtenach, Kukung, Mary Darling Shelikoff, Asachtenach, Latuang, Kenneth Smith, Asachtenach, also Kukung, Lorraine Driggers, Asachtakuch. Everyone, my Unangach name is Chinatuch. My English given name is Darling. I'm from Isnach or False Pass. I grew up there and here in Anchorage. My parents are Teresa Smith of False Pass, and my father's name was Charles Anderson, originally from Paul Harbor, but grew up in Washington State. My grandparents were Mary Darling Shelikoff and Kenneth Smith. And my grandmother on my father's side, Zelaine Drager, is originally from Paul Harbor. Currently, I am the Cultural Heritage Director for the Aleutian Pribilof Islands Association. I've been there for about 5 years, and my primary role is helping to coordinate the regional Unangam Tunu program that we've had going on through APA for several years, and has given me a great opportunity to spend so much time learning our language. Currently, I am learning Nilwum Tunu, which is the dialect from Atkach, and been able to work with Crystal, Dushkin, Moses, Sally, and several other speakers and learners over the past couple of years. Always had an interest in our language, but was never really given a really deep opportunity to learn the language as a kid. I did get to take one of Dr. Dirk's classes after school occasionally, but especially in Anchorage, we didn't have a lot of those kinds of opportunities. And then in False Pass, we don't have any fluent speakers. My grandparents could understand a lot, but similar to a lot of, or most people's situations, they weren't given opportunities to learn the language or were discouraged to speak the language to their children. So thankfully, been able to work on becoming more fluent, able to help teach off what I know. Of course, still a long, long ways to go.
Nikita, Tahi?
Tach. Kamagala, Chukulukuchach, Asach cooking, Isna Milan Kach the cooking, Taga way, Tanainam Tanangin, Elan Tanagi cooking. Tammy, Mea Terry Ting Agunach, Anadang, Isna Milan Kach the cook, Kayu, Isnam Elan Tanagi cook. Thang Anga Ilan Kachtuch Isnam Ilan Tanagikuch. Good afternoon. My Unangach name is Chukulukuchach. Tammy and Terry are my parents. My mom comes from False Pass, currently lives there. My stepdad is from Anga. He currently lives in False Pass. My biological dad and his parents come from Belkovsky. My role in Unangam Tunu revitalization is, I don't know how to describe it. I work very closely with St. Paul's team on Tanach Amich. We work together for hunts and creating lessons, testing lessons. I also work part-time with the Unangach Heritage Library and Archive, which we have in the Cultural Heritage Department at APIA. And within our library and archive, we have a lot of cultural and linguistic material and resources. And That's about it. And Darling is our culture heritage coordinator.
What did I say?
You said director.
Oh my
You're our
gosh.
coordinator.
I'm thinking of my boss.
Yeah, promotion.
Fascinating.
Bobby, Taki.
Charlie, Asaktuko, Sandpoint Lagon, Angituko, Sandpoint Inland, Anagaviza, Uring, Drayton Newman, Asaktuko, also Anikdung, Jet Newman, Asaktuko. So my name is Bobby Dishkin, and I'm from Sandpoint, and my husband is from King Cove, and we got a little baby that his name is Jet, and he's working with me today, if you cannot hear. But the revitalization is, I'm just a learner, in my opinion. I'm going to learn everything I can with the most time, and hopefully pass it on to my baby. But we shall see. And that's it.
Shayon, Taki.
Kamagalamechem na Unangam Tunu Elan Kachelach Asakta cooking. Tara Amakanchum Tunu Elan Shayon Buterin Asakta cooking. Anadang Shannon Buterin Asakta cook. Kayu Amaya Adadang Jerry Buterin Jr. Asakta cook. Skach Asanging Tanach Amich Akakta cook. Tara Inkrajamilan Akakta cook. Akakta cooking. Inkrajamilan Tanagi cook. My Unangax name is Kachelach. My English name is Shayon. My mother's name is Shannon. My father's name is Jerry. My mom came from Seattle down in Washington, and my dad is from Pedagogies, otherwise known as St. Paul Island. I'm from here, born and raised here in Anchorage, although I have kind of traveled back and forth to different places. My current job at APIA is a Unangam Tunu intern, which I pretty much focus on learning the language, helping and assisting with teaching, along with other archival work, such as digitizing cassette tapes or recorded interviews, and just making sure that we have pretty much all of the other archival things that we do together. A little bit of brain fog, similar to what Nikita does, although Nikita's my higher up. And it's been great working here. This is the first year I've consistently worked here. However, I did do the summer language intensive back in 2019 and the download camp in 2018 prior to. And I'm just really excited to see where we're going to be headed with this. Kagasakuk.
I think that's everyone from our Unangam Tunu panel who gave their introductions. Let's see. Sure I'm not missing anybody. Darling, is there anyone else here that you know?
I think that's everyone who will be speaking.
Okay. So I have one question for everyone, and perhaps we could go in the order that we just went in, starting with Kodiak. And the question is, what have you done that's been successful in your language learning journey? What's one thing that you can share with all of us learners and teachers here? So I'll add that in the chat. And I know, Kodiak, I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot right away.
That's a kind of a hard one. I think when I first started learning or being involved in Unangam Tunu, I think it was difficult because even if you're a fluent speaker, transitioning to the to documenting or writing, it's always been a challenge because just because you're a fluent speaker doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to all of a sudden become literate in the language. So my greatest thing that I probably did was to go back to school and learn about how Unangam Tunu operates in terms of syntax, morphology, and how the sound system works, which you knew subconsciously, but you don't really think about it. And when I started being interested in Unangam Tunu, I was able to try to bring back some of the language on paper, developing texts that could be used in school, especially for the beginners of Unangam Tunu, and be able to stick with it, which I felt alone doing for a long time until people started to learn or think about Unangam as being a integral part of our culture. So being able to pass it on to people, especially the Neros, and to mentor students that were interested in learning the Unangam Tunu, it was a rewarding thing for me because without the language, we can't really define ourselves or who we are. So that's probably the most important thing that I have at this time.
Crystal, do you have anything that you want to share pertaining to this question?
Um, having to adjust, sorry. So I would say that the thing that I've found, one thing that I've done that's been successful or that has helped to make progress in the language learning process for me has been the where your keys method with speaking in complete sentences. I feel like excuse me, being able to learn Unangam Tunu, learn any language, I guess, speaking in complete sentences, and I would also say in immersion. So basically, without using English translation, to me, those are the two most important components to trying to learn our languages is, if we go over lists, in our lessons, we learn lists and we repeat lists and copycat lists, kind of try to memorize, for lack of a better word, lists. and lists are good because they help our brains to group things together, and by grouping it makes it, easier to recall later on. But those lists are just one tool, and the really important part of language learning is using the words in those lists in a complete sentence. So when we do that, like in that lesson, if anyone was there this morning and saw the demonstrations on the question, like one alcohol, the answer is not just chaskir, but we say full sentences. It's a technique that we use in Where Are Your Keys? And so instead of just saying chaskir, as the answer, we say one chaskir akko, and so on and so forth. So every question is a complete sentence, every answer is a complete sentence. They make me say yes and make me say no. Questions are complete sentences, the answers are complete sentences. So that's a really important part, because if you're just learning words, then you're not going to learn how to speak in the language. You're just going to learn words. And a language is so much more than words, as we all know. And so and then the other thing, like I mentioned, is staying in the language and not translating. So throughout the decades, I think a lot of the past efforts of language learning and teaching have been kind of based on some things, some ways that foreign languages are taught, like French or Spanish or Italian, and have used a lot of, like, okay, if you want to say this is a cat, and then you translate it, and kind of just memorizing translated phrases. But again, like, you're not going to learn how to speak a language by memorizing phrases that are translated from English. So we use immersion as a really important tool so that our brains can acquire our language on its own and not through English. I see a lot of my friends trying to learn their own languages by, having a phrase in mind in English and then translating it using, the grammar and sentence structure and all of that, translating it into their language and trying to learn it that way. But that kind of makes English your crutch. And so by learning in immersion and learning without using English, your brain is able to form those pathways, neural pathways, in your own language and not using English as a crutch. So those are the two biggest tips that I would give, is complete sentences and immersion. Learning without using English translation. So,
Kawasakuk for sharing that, Kamitika. We have time for Tunu Amir to share, and if the rest of the panelists from the Unangam Tunu panel would like to add your responses into the chat for us to read, that would be great, because I know we've gone a slightly over time on this panel, but I want to hear from Anisnada and George. I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
I think, as Kodiak said, it's hard to think of one thing, but I remember early on in 2014 or so, we discovered that no one was really using the duals in the language. And so we made this pact with each other locally. Kind of hear each other. Those of us here early on went, we want to learn the duals. And by learning the duals, of course, we had our own immediate grandfathers and grandmothers that were, we don't use that. And we just nodded and let them know we understood, but we went forward with trying to create dialogues using the duals in the language. And that sort of also opened up this whole other arena to us, where I am from Unangam, or I was born on Unangam, but I grew up here in Tanaramiq. Yet our ancestors came from my Lestinka family in their Unangan origin, were on Atcha as well. So we became on up here, the Unangam on the Pribilof Islands, kind of a hodgepodge of the different ways of speaking from our ancestral mother islands, the Aleutian Islands. And so we just nod our heads, and sometimes we created two lessons. One that was the way it was said on Unangam, and another one that was in the way that was said on Tanaramiq. So that being said, the other thing is, even if this is our job, we try to tell each other, if we're gonna get fluent, go get fluent. So my days or my nights and evenings and weekends with responding to people's requests, their requests really shape my journey as well. So folks want to know how to say something, and you take the time to respond to their needs, and that's helped to, I feel like, build the ability to keep the language alive.
In my journey, one thing that sticks out for me is learning the types of orthography of Unangam Tunu that have been laid out since Venumirov until now. Being able to read the Cyrillic text and to get into those older writings, to access that, it's our earlier ways of communicating. It's trying to bring as much as that forward with us as we can, and it's been powerful. I was able to transcribe a letter that my grandfather wrote to Ukalino Madada, Michael Lestinka, back in the early 80s, and try to translate as much as it meant a lot to me to be able to tap into that. And so I totally encourage it. We have so many resources of Unangam Tunu that the church has developed with Venumirov and Shaishnikov and Kinti Shaishnikov and so on. And I think it's invaluable, and we can really grow, build, keep building so much on that foundation.
And Darling wrote her response in the chat. I think we, is there anything else that any of the folks on this Unangam Tunu panel want to add that I might have missed?
Can I just add one more thing, Hannah?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I think one of the other things that I think has been really helpful is really making yourself accessible to fluent speakers, and trying to work around their schedules, or even with technology, making sure that they have access to the right resources, making sure they know how to use them, and compensating them for their time, because the knowledge they have is invaluable and they don't have to share it with you. And for them to take time out of their days to really give that to you is really special. And we always make sure to have, try and make sure we have funding to help our speakers out.
Yes, that's a great point. Okay. Is there anything else from the Unangam Tunu panel? Okay, hearing nothing. Karasa Chkuzakuk, everyone, and Karasa, please keep utilizing the chat to share. I love that option. And since this is recorded, I'll be able to share this recording and the chat with everyone afterwards as well. I wanted to check in with Candace. Candace is here with her team, the Kodiak-based Sugpiaq-Alutiiq team. I'm sorry we're a little bit late. Do folks need like a 5-minute bio break on Zoom and in here? I wanted to check with you, Candace.
I think most of us just got here between 1 and 1:30, so we don't, but everyone else might. I'm fine with giving like a 5-minute break.
Yeah, how about we do a 4-minute break? We all
Okay.
come back at 1:55.
Great.
That sound good? Kalasakok.
Okay.
Kazuchik, welcome back. We're gonna go ahead and get started again.
Real world, I guess.
1 second, hold on. Okay, sorry, we've got some fun happening in the classroom here. Okay, so I'm gonna pass it over to Candace and the Kodiak team to introduce their panel, which is in Sugt'stun. So I don't know how to read that, so I'm gonna let you pronounce that, Candace. So let me go ahead and start spotlighting everyone.
Guyana. So our panel presentation is called Nakin Teisragut Natmin Achsta, which means where are we coming from and where are we going? We have a few panelists here and we're going to cover a number of topics. We were discussing it yesterday and realized it might be a fire hose of information. So thank you for sitting tight with us and allowing us to share with you all. We see some familiar faces in the audience. Tamai, Peter, and Marissa, and Sandra. Anyone else want to give a shout out to people that they recognize from the audience? It's so good to see everybody and feel community. All right, well, we're going to start with the lamp lighting. I'll pass it over to Ishuik. Could you spotlight our Nanik, the lamp cam?
Oh, I love that. Okay, do I have everyone spotlighted that needs to be spotlighted? Okay, great.
Oyana. Yeah, we're going to start, like Chipman said, with a lamp lighting. At the beginning of all of our events, we like to light a nanip or oil lamp. And today we'll be lighting it to specifically honor all of the speakers we've lost over the years. These last 2 years have been especially hard, it seems, for losing fluent speakers. Just 2 years ago, we had, I think, 30 speakers, and now we have fewer than 20 of the Kodiak Island dialect specifically. So we're going to light our nanip in honor of them. So I'm going to do that real quick. And we will leave that going throughout our panel. It'll stay lit.
Liana, Ishik, we'll pass it off to you.
Liana, so I'm going to talk a little bit about our language status in terms of the Kodiak Island way of speaking Sugt'stun. Some of you may be familiar with the fact that our language can go by two names, Alutiiq or Sugt'stun, depending on whether you call yourself Alutiiq or Sugpiaq. We have had a precipitous decline in the number of speakers, especially over the past 2 years. Since I started working in language in about 2002, 2003, here at the Alutiiq Museum, we've tracked our speaker numbers. And the earliest number I was able to find was from 2003, when we had 73 speakers of the Kodiak archipelago way of speaking our language. within about 10 years of that, that had dropped to 45 speakers in 2012. In 2019, right before the pandemic started, we had 35 speakers. And as of this past week, we now have 18 speakers of our styles of the Kodiak dialect. So just over the course of the pandemic, we lost 50% of our remaining first language fluent speakers. And so we know that the work that we're doing is incredibly critical, incredibly timely. And we really are living on borrowed time in terms of how long we expect to be able to work with our first language speakers. Accordingly, we have sort of shifted some of our strategies to involve learning from other more advanced learners, because even with the number of speakers we now have, many of them are too elderly to actively participate in the language movement. Our community has been doing language programming since pretty intensively since about 2003. Prior to that, we had a little bit of language activity through the Kodiak Area Native Association in the 1990s, and that included a high school class that I know some people took. But we started having a master apprentice project in 2004. And I was one of the first apprentices in the what we call the modern language movement. So there were about 10 to 12 apprentices that started under that project, and about 5 of us are still actively involved in the language. I'm the only one in this particular presentation from that group. But you know, we still have a number of those people actively participating. Out of that project, we created the Sugpiaq-Alutiiq Regional Language Advisory Committee, which has been active since 2004. And that committee has been really critical in helping coordinate the various projects from our different organizations. Since we'll be talking about some of those projects and touching on them throughout the panel, I won't really dwell much more than that on our current language status and you know, long-term viability of our language, but we're definitely right on that cusp and desperately needing to create new speakers so that we can continue this work and continue bringing back the language into our community. I'll hand it back to you, Tutman Koyana.
Koyana Ishik. Would you like to start with us off with introductions?
Sure. Chamai, Hui Ishik, Aptahat nga Sugtstun April. I'm April Lactonin counselor. My maiden name is Lactonin. My family comes from the village of Larsen Bay, and I also have a lot of ties to Karluk and Afognak. The last speaker in my family before myself were my great-grandparents. Both of them had been recorded by Irene Reed and other linguists from the Alaska Native Language Center, but my grandparents' first languages were English and Russian, and my father's first language was English. So although my grandparents knew some Alutiiq terminology, they were not speakers, and so for me it was that much more meaningful to bring the language back into my family and become a learner myself. I'm the executive director at the Alutiiq Museum and Archaeological Repository here in Kodiak. I consider Kodiak Shunak to be my permanent home. And my favorite Alutiiq word, it's so hard to pick, but I would say Anglang Yuchtangalang, which is the name of a game where that the elders taught us, where you stare into someone's face and say Anglang Yuchtangalang. And then you just wait to see who laughs first.
Koyana. I listened to a recording of your great grandma, Kadosha, last night. It was wonderful. Chamai Hui Tutman, American Sugtstun Candace Branson, Shunami Etachtoa Suhlanga Mani Chali. My name is Candace Branson. My Sugt'stun name is Chutman, which means forward. It's quite fitting for me. It also, part of the discussion around naming me was that I'm not real comfortable with status quo. I want to push, I want to move, I want to challenge, I want to get things going. And that name was given to me by a group of elders that worked with my mentor, Alicia Draybeck, to give me that name. I live and work in Kodiak. It is also my home. I don't want to leave. I feel really good here. And living here, I get to be part of our dance group and our language movement in a way that I cannot imagine giving up. I just started a job for First Alaskans Institute in November. And I was listening to the Unangam Tunu panel, and it was so good. I'm so glad that I got to listen to it, and in reflecting on my, I guess I'll talk about my language journey in the next section. But the last speaker in my family was my great grandmother, who was born into a Sugpiaq family and was dropped off at the Woody Island orphanage when she was 5. And so she spoke Alutiiq until she was dropped off there. And she passed away when I was 22. I had just returned from college, and that summer she passed away. But she always told me she only knew the bad words, and she couldn't teach those to me. So I'm really grateful for our elders who are willing to share their language with us. My favorite Alutiiq word is Sugtstun, because it was so hard for me to remember and learn and get my mouth around. And it means they always tease me. So I'll pass it off to Ijuiq.
Oyana, Tamai, Izuik up Dahat Derek Sugtstun. Unangax Daramiwat Demot Nunyamak Kasukwagamak Teli Uzengamak Tangiranamak Taminak Temot Alrak Maka Jun Simiana Baka Mitch Shaya Masinanka Sugtstun Tamakamang what Epaka Stevie Frets up Dahat Uswil Hank Tukuk Malugnak Telepuchtank Tukuk. Hello, my name is Derek Shaya. My Sugtstun name is Izuiq, which means seal. That name was given to me by my grandmother. My family is from all over Kodiak Island. My grandparents both grew up in Old Harbor. But if you go back far enough, I also have family from Uzinki, Akiak, and Woody Island as well. My great-grandparents were all of them, my grandma's parents and my grandpa's parents, they were all speakers. All of them, but my great-grandmother Sophie have passed away before I ever met any of them. My partner is Stevie Fretz, who's on the call as well. And we have 2 children, a son and a daughter, and we have 2 dogs as well.
Stevie?
Shamai, I've only just gone from the point where I like recite my introduction to actually understanding what it means. So I'm gonna do my best. But now that I know what it means, I'm like, ooh, halfway through a lot of the time. Shamai, atka Sugtstun History, apchtachat nga ani Charlie Stevie, anaka Sophie Fretz, adaka Steve Fretz, Maka Edna Hansen, Abaka Walter Hansen, Masinaka Sophie Anderson, Appa Sinaka James Anderson, Ilanka Kiktarmiot, Chirnermiot, Tali Achunarmiot. Sushkoyanga Shunnami, Shunnami Itachtwa, Anglishyanga Chamani, Piktachtwa Shunnak Tribe Me. Epaka Ijuik, Ushwish Hagtuguk, Maluganak, Delkuk, let's see, Athak, Maika Chili Silas. And to my name is Ani, or my Sugtstun name is Anichtuiskak. People call me Ani or Stevie. My parents are Steve and Sophie Fretz. My grandparents are Walter and Edna Hansen. My great grandparents are James and Sophie Anderson. Goodness. We're all from in and around Kodiak and Chignik. I was born here in Kodiak. I grew up down south. I now live here, and Derek is my partner. We have 2 kiddos and 2 dogs, and I work at the Shunak tribe. I think the last speaker in my family would have been my grandpa Walter, and we lost him when I was 6, so I never got to interact with him on that level. And I don't really have a favorite word, but I have a favorite sound, and that's it's our it's our double LR. It comes up a lot in past tense, and one of my favorite swear words. So that's my favorite sound to make. It took me getting my wisdom teeth removed and getting all swollen up to be able to pronounce it right, but now I've got it. So
Koyana, Kangyuk.
You're gonna tell me if it's too noisy. It's a little windy. Chumai Kui Konga. American Sugtstun Natalia Schneider. Kula Kungoyin Santa. Shunami Sushanga, Alilua, Litan, Hoimi, Sugdukra, Nakamalicham Nani Etor, Ilanka Ahunachmit, Nata, Terry Schneider, Nata, Eric Schneider, Maka, Becky Mali, Papasaka, Olimali. So there, I'm Schneider. A lot of people call me Kongyuk right now, and I really like that. I am 19 years old. I was born and raised in Kodiak. I'm currently going to school at UH Manoa in Hawaii. I'm on Kanaka land, and my family is from Fagna. And then you heard my mom, my dad's name, and my grandma and my grandpa. Let's see. And then for the last speaker in my family, I don't know. Do any of you know? I was thinking about that yesterday, and I was like, maybe my grandpa's mom? If so, she didn't speak it to my grandpa. So, I don't know. So, like I said, I go to school right now. So I'm going to school. I'm working on a bachelor's in elementary education with the goals of becoming a teacher. My goal is to teach Sugtstun in an immersion setting, or like a half-day kind of setting. And then, so with then, I am contracted with Shunak Tribe and Rest of My Native Corporation and Pacific Northwest Olympic Week. So with Shunak Tribe, I teach a once a week language class via Zoom, and then for UNC, I teach a dance class, Pacific Northwest as well, same class. And then for my favorite Sugtstun word, honestly, it is Chamai, because that is such a good starting point and such a good way to greet people. And something you can switch real quick, like in your everyday life. So,
Koyana, we'll pass it over to our apprentices. Agashok Tomi Taku. Jamai hui agashuk shunami shushleanga mamaka Sophie Fretz shunami shuslea malurna tadang twas the Fretz and Bushburn shlu chamani shushlik, and then I'm gonna skip the rest because Ani and I are sisters, and so she went over everything else. My name is Hannah Scholl. My Alutiiq name is Agashuk, and I was born on Kodiak and I live on Kodiak with my family. Wika Gage Shoal. I have four babies and a bunch of cats and dogs, and I am on the second week of the CalMap Master Apprenticeship Program as an apprentice. I've been learning and working in the language movement and moving in and out and volunteering since 2012 when I took the college class, the Alutiiq 1 college class, and I am still going. So Koyana for having us. Taku.
Chumai hui taku American Sugtstun Sadie Coyle. Mama ka Janelle Burton, dada ka Frank Burton, dada pia ka John Coyle, ama ka Irene Coyle, chili apa ka Fred Coyle, domi ama shaka Sophie Katonakov, chili. Sunami Suflianga, Sunami Adachpanuton. Chumai, my name is Taku, my American name is Sadie Coyle. I was born and raised here in Kodiak as well. My grandparents are Fred and Irene Coyle, as well as my late grandmother was Sophie Katonakov Shepherd, and those are the three grandparents I knew that spoke the language in my families from. And so I am the new apprentice as well with Ahasuk, and I'm excited to be here.
Koyana, that's everyone.
I forgot my favorite Alutiiq word is, it was a phrase that I learned at Digga Fognak is you talk too much. So that's what was my favorite phrase I forgot to mention. So Koyana Sinak.
Koyana. So next we're gonna take turns talking about our language journeys. So what got you started? What classes or how have you been involved? And what kind of study do you do? And I'm gonna ask, can we do in that same order this time? Koyana. So Ishik will start us off.
I know you're just starting me first because I'm the oldest. And language work does age you more quickly than regular work. I think we've all probably noticed this. So, I grew up interested in culture, but at that time there was no Alutiiq museum, there was no active cultural movement in our community. I really grew up, even though I spent my childhood in the village, I didn't know much about my culture or my language. And when I was in college at one point, by then we had started the Alutiiq Museum in our community, and I came home and said I wanted to be an intern for the summer, or I wanted to work at the museum when I got out of college. And the director of the museum at the time, Sven Hawkinson Jr., he said, well, you need to start learning Alutiiq because we're going to have some projects in Alutiiq coming up and we need someone that can help. So I went back to college and I was at Brown University in Rhode Island, about as far as you could possibly imagine being away from the language community. So I started studying the language by reading the dictionary, learning the alphabet, and I had some printouts of some work that Philomena Hausler Connect did. And she was an archaeologist who worked here for many years, but she also had worked with Florence Pesterkoff and a few other speakers to develop some basic curriculum and some really primitive interactive computer programs where you could actually click on some things and hear it. This was when the computer screens were about this big. We still have some printouts of those old computer programs, but of course there's no computer that can still, play them. But that was kind of my rough start. And then as soon as I graduated from college, I came straight back home and started working for the Alutiiq Museum. And right about that time was when some of the language grants started coming up. So I had the opportunity to really actually start learning from fluent speakers. When we got into the master apprentice work, I drew a lot on the How to Keep Your Language Alive book by Leanne Hinton. And we were actually really fortunate that Leanne herself came up for our first master apprentice training in like 2004. You know, by now she's retired and she's not really available, but that was a really big moment for us as a language group when we first got all of the fluent speaking elders together that would become our masters and all of the apprentices together from the different villages where we had teams. For that project, we had a team in Port Lions, 2 teams in Old Harbor, and then 3 teams here in the town of Kodiak. So, you know, that's how things really got started. It was through my apprenticeship with Florence Pesterkoff and Nicola Oakley that I was able to be one of the first in a couple generations on Kodiak to reach basic advanced fluency in the language. And that really set the stage for many of the other language projects and programs that have formed our modern history of the Alutiiq language movement. So I could talk for hours. I'm going to stop myself now and hand it off to the next person if you remember who comes after me.
I think okay. So I got started as a language learner by going to Digafognak in 2010. I had just finished college and moved home to Kodiak and went to Dig-a-Fognak, which is a cultural camp. And I went out there and Terry, Natalia's mom, Kongyuk's mom, and Gayla Peterson were sitting at the lunch table and I sat with them. And they said a few words to each other across the table in our language. And I was like, wait, how did you learn that? How do I get that? And they sent me to Language Club, which was happening every week on Wednesdays at the Chinook Tribe conference room. And it was just a gathering of elders and learners who wanted to show up on Wednesdays at lunch. There wasn't an agenda. It was volunteer all around. It wasn't a class, but it was somewhere you could go and learn. And for a long time, for many years, it was a consistent place where you could go and find someone else who wanted to speak Alutiiq. And I started going there and writing notes, a lot of notes, studying my notes. My notes aren't legible now because I was writing however I thought it sounded, and you know, it was like phonetics. But that's how I started. I started writing lots of notes and attending any gathering I could to find speakers. And my second language speaker mentor had me come over to her house every weekend. So she was a second language learner, Alicia Drebeck. She had me come over every weekend and we would do a couple lessons. She had been part of the Master Apprentice program with Ishik and had been writing lessons, preparing curriculum for years. And so she had some that she wanted to try out on me, and I was a willing guinea pig. And I showed up and she taught me lots of things in her living room and at her breakfast table with her kids on Saturday mornings. And eventually she had me go with her to elders' houses. For a long time, I was too scared to say anything. But I kept going because I wanted to learn and I wanted to be around it. And then NVA, Native Village of Afognak, got a grant where learners were asked to write lesson plans, and they were paid a small stipend to do that work. And so I quit my job. I quit my job for the language and joined that crew of people who were working on lesson plans and spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours with elders and with other learners. And learning and teaching games and teaching kids and trying to get my mind around learning and teaching our language. And throughout the years, that my involvement level has changed as I've gotten jobs and committed to other things. Like I started in 2010. I was a recent college grad. I was 22. And I'm now married and working and busy, and it's been a different path throughout the years. So I've taught at the high school and the college. I've substitute taught at the preschool, the immersion preschool that we had the last few years. I've managed grants and I've had my hands in a lot of it. And I'm really excited because the next few years, I'm gonna take advantage of the Master Apprentice program and really dedicate myself to growing in my own fluency again, which is something that I've really put down for a while. I've let that go. So really excited to recommit to learning our language and getting back into the process of dedicating my time, prioritizing our language, and working with others before we have to rely on recordings. So pass it off to you, Ijuit.
Liana. I was born here in Kodiak, but my family left when I was like 2, probably. We moved up to the Anchorage area, and I grew up in the Anchorage area. Moved around quite a bit and everything, and I was involved in some parts of my culture. Like I've been dancing since I was 7 or 8 or 9. I was young when my family started a dance group, and performed at the Alaska Native Heritage Center in Anchorage and all of that. But I never really got access to language. Like my grandma would speak a few words every now and then, but my grandma's not a speaker, so she wasn't like speaking it fluently or anything like that. But it wasn't until 2013 was my first like real exposure to Sugt'stun. I went to Digafognak, and I think that was the first year that they had made it a point to Digafognak to make it language and dance camp. I was there as a dance teacher. And at the same time, there were people like Tutman and others who were teaching language. And the goal of the camp was to try to only speak Sugt'stun for at least these teachers. And it would, people throughout camp would start picking up on it. But that was the first time I had ever heard it like spoken conversationally or anything outside of a few words and phrases. And so that was very inspiring to me to know that that could happen, that, people, not only can it be spoken, but like you can learn it, because of course you can learn it. And so I think, can't remember if it was 2014 or 15, I took a college course with ISIC. I took Alutiiq 1. And then I got an internship with Kodiak in 2015. And in the summer of 2015, my internship brought me here to Kodiak. And with help from ISIC and Alicia Drebeck and others, we established an immersion house. That was also with Warrior Keys. Evan Gardner helped a lot to get that set up as well. And so it was myself, 3 other guys, and a poor woman named Julia Fine. And so all 5 of us stayed in this house, and I picked up a lot of language in those, I think it was like 8 weeks that I was in Kodiak. And basically my entire internship was focused on learning language. And there was other tasks and stuff that I do throughout the day, but Kodiak was, generous enough to let me basically spend almost all of my time learning language. And so that was like going to language club and to elder session and working on it at the immersion house and everything. And so that was, where I got a lot of language during that time. I was able to like hold a very basic conversation by the end of that internship. And then I moved to Hawaii for 3 years. I went to school there and got my degree in political science. But I was away from language that whole time, pretty much. There's not a lot of speaking opportunities in Hawaii. So it wasn't until after I finished my degree in 2018, I moved back here to Kodiak and started working here at the Alutiiq Museum. And I've been fortunate enough to do language every day as part of my job, and get to learn and teach Sugt'stun, and it's great. So yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at this point. Yeah, it's great.
Koinatan, I can't remember
Ani.
what the line on was.
Ani Tomi Kangyuk.
Koyana. My language journey started here, I think, at the Shunak tribe, Koyana Chutman. Let's see. So I grew up, we left Kodiak when I was 3. I was born here. We lived here a little bit, but we left right away. And like no exposure to our culture or our language at all. Really until I came back to work here. I didn't hear a lot of language. I got to see the dancers every now and again, and they sing in our language. And I'd be like, oh, they're so amazing. But language for me started here with Candace Branson barging through the door. And I think Candace strictly said Chamai when she saw you. I was the receptionist at the time. Candace Branson walks in and says Chamai. And you say Chamai back when Candace Branson says Chamai to you. But then she started like this coffee language minute that I really wanted to be the best at work. So pay really good attention. And then I started taking the college classes through Kodiak College, the Alutiiq College classes. And I think took a long break from language for a while there for about 3 or 4 years, and recently came back when I got a new boss, Candace Branson, who encouraged me and enabled me to prioritize language learning at my job. My job is not language learning. I'm a case manager, but I work for really cool people who let me and encourage me to learn my language on the clock. So that's mine. Kangyuk.
So my mom was, correct me if I'm wrong, Ishi. My mom was a part of the same cohort. Yeah, and so for a time she was teaching language at different villages, or it was via Zoom, or she was teaching culture and whatnot with our people. But she lived in Kodiak, we lived in Kodiak, and so she traveled to villages. And a lot of the time she'd take me because I was kind of like born when that cohort was going on, or like right in the middle of it. So here I am. And from there, I went to Sugpiaq-Alutiiq ever since I was 2 until COVID, basically. Yeah, Sugpiaq-Alutiiq. And then, like, this question is just so broad to me. It's like, how do I start? So yeah, Sugpiaq-Alutiiq was a big one. My mom was the manager there, and so I spent every summer there. And so a lot of the times, my mom would she'd be working, but she'd have a baby with her. And there's elders sitting on the beach. Go, Natalia, shoo. So I'd go and hang out on the beach and have the language around me in that sense. And then from there, during the school year, Chutman. I don't know what part of your job this was, but basically Chutman would pick me up after school in elementary school, and we would go speak, and we would go play games, and she would teach me, and there'd be other students as well. But yeah, that was like the beginning, and then from there in middle school, my mom and I did a language club, or like a kind of culture club, I guess, Alutiiq club. And then in middle school, I really was just bummed. I was like, there's nothing, like, I'm sorry, but there was nothing really for me at that time. And so I didn't learn language and I didn't really do anything. And then in sixth grade, well, I guess the one thing that was available was dance. And so I had danced like ballet for a long time. And so I got into Alutiiq dancing too and really, really enjoyed it. From there, I wasn't really learning language though. And then in high school, I took Alutiiq 101 and Alutiiq 102. I was encouraged by my mom and Chutlin to take it as dual credit, so I got credit for those. And then throughout high school, I finished the rest of my credits for the I'm blanking, occupational endorsement certificate in Alutiiq. And my junior year and senior year, I didn't really have language again because it was just the two classes, and I like, I don't know, I didn't think really. So I went and volunteered at the immersion preschool. I did that my junior year. The senior year was just busy. And then from there, I'm graduating with my OEC this May, which is super exciting. And then later I'll kind of talk about like what I've been doing now, I guess, if that makes sense.
Cleaner then? Yeah. Okay, so mine's long, so I'm gonna try and like shore it up for you guys. Basically, obviously similar, same story-ish as my sister. I was born in Kodiak, but I was raised down south. I was raised half in a household that was like strictly French, and then no culture, no Sugpiaq culture, and then would be spending time with my mom, who's free loving spirit. And I remember her telling me my whole life, like, oh, I can't wait till you get to Kodiak so I can see how your art changes. And I was like, whatever, because I'd always been into art, but I hadn't, like, linguistics and culture wasn't really something that was even close to on my radar. And so fast forward through like a childhood of, you know, that like always wanting something and like feeling like something was missing. And I was like that kid who like needed attention, and I didn't know what was wrong with me because I always felt like I was out of place. And you know, I was growing up in Portland and then in Corvallis, which is a college town in Oregon. And so it was not a bad, not horrible, but it was not ideal. And so when I was 18, I moved up to Kodiak. My grandma had cancer at the time, and it was like, I didn't intend to stay on Kodiak, but then kind of got stuck here because I was like 18. And once you get on the island, if you don't have money to go back home down, it's kind of expensive. So ended up staying, and then slowly like falling in love. There was falling in love with Kodiak. There was a lot of different life changes and job changes and all that. And then it was 2011 and I had been floundering as a young adult. I've been fine, but I wasn't like contributing anything to my community or doing anything that was like of worth other than spending a lot of time on myself and a lot of time drinking and just doing things that were not good. And I remember being in the Sugt'stun tribe, and my mom was upstairs visiting with people, floating around and what she does. And she was talking to this lady, and it turns out it was Trish Cox, and she asked if I wanted to join the Pedagogies dancers. And I was like, what? I can do that? And that was the start of it. So I was a single mom at that time. My son was 3. We joined the dancers, and I realized, how can I sing this and not know what I'm saying? Like, how is this an option? I don't know how to say it. My mouth hadn't been trained to do it. I didn't have any experience with the language. My ears weren't trained to hear it, but that's where it started. And that just kind of snowballed from there. That went into like other parts of culture and learning, and with language being so much of who we are in our fiber, it just clung on to everything else. And so that started in 2011. Like I said, I did the college class in 2012, and then like got married and had some babies and took some time off and did different programs. I volunteered at the language nest here, which is I think what really like kicked things back up for me, from the pilot program up until the year before the last year. And So spent a lot of time hearing the language being spoken, which was neat. I just like soaked it in at that point. And then last year it was like time to get serious. I need to get my OEC. And so there's our cohort of awesomeness, who's most of us are here. We just, got serious and made it part of our lives, 3 times a week, and then did this and talked afterwards. And then the opportunity for the CalMap apprenticeship came up, and I was like, no, it's not a good time. And then I was like, maybe. I was like, all right, well, I'll just apply, and if it's not supposed to happen, then that's fine. And then I applied, and I was like, okay. And then I got it, and I was like, oh no, what do I do now? Because I had to, because I knew that the previous master apprentice program was so special. And I had always wished that I had just been like 10 years earlier in my journey, so I could have been a part of that. And so here I am, and we are, like I said, week 2. And so it's exciting, and they're like everyone who's on our screen right now, Chupman, Izuak, Ani, Ishik, Tapu, Kangyuk, are a huge part of my journey, and I look forward to working with them a lot, especially now. So, Chakik na dyan, Taku, Ashak.
Again, my language journey started when I first joined the Pedagogies dancers in 2010. That was, I first met Chupman then, and I was really bashful and shy to join I was just wanting to sit and watch, and Chupman dragged me in there, dragged me into the line, and guided me through the dance moves and whatnot. And then I got into middle school, and I heard about the high school program. So Chupman was my high school teacher for the 2 years I took the language class, and then I transitioned to the college class, and I believe Chupman and Ajik were both my college professors too, as well as my language journey. So it's just been great to have this cohort of a support system over the years. And so took the high school classes, the college classes, as well as pre-COVID, I was a part of the language nest here as well for about 6 months, and the COVID hit, and I had to find different ways to do community outreach to our language learners, so to say. And I started making language lesson videos that are on our YouTube, and so it's just been off and on of just taking classes here and there. And dance is what really spiked my interest of learning the language, and I'm just so glad that I have like I said, we built a family over the years. So now I'm part of the CalMap Master Apprentice program, and I'm excited to learn, just because, like I said, both my grandparents, Fred and Irene Coyle, I would go when they lived in Kodiak Island. I would go visit them and just go have dinner with them and just absorb the language they would speak. I'm like, man, 10 years old, I'm like, I wonder what they're saying. And now now I'm old enough, I'm like, now I could call my grandpa and try to converse with him. So it's just been off and on language learning, and now I'm part of the new grant, and I am so excited but nervous for all this opportunity, and I'm just so glad to be here. And thank you, Koyan.
Oyana, oh my gosh, I feel like I learned something about each of you in your shares. Thank you. And you validated my name. You sound pretty pushy. So next, we wanted to talk about our pivotal moments, those lessons learned that we wanted to share with other communities about the different, we've all been involved in different programs, yet the same programs. We've been at different points in our language journey. And so we wanted to share a few lessons learned from along the way. And we'll start with Ishuik.
Liana, yeah, really the biggest pivotal moment for me was being in the immersion house. Of course, I mentioned going to Digafognak, and that being like what inspired me to start learning language, but the immersion house was really the catalyst for me to like just actually get somewhere in my speaking ability. I worked with, like I said, Ishik, Ishik, I think you were at the college at the time and also on Kodiak's board, and I don't know what you did. And Alicia was the executive director here at the museum at that time. And so I worked with Ishik and Alicia and Evan Gardner, who I'd met a couple of years prior, doing Where Are Your Keys stuff. And I had tried to participate in some of the language things, the Sugt'stun things at Anchorage, but it just wasn't the right time for me. But doing that internship was really when I was able to start getting that together. So I'd reached out, seeing if there's anything I could do while I was in Kodiak to start learning language, and having Isik be on the board of Kodiak, who had given me this internship / scholarship, and then with Alicia and Evan too, of course, just was like the perfect storm to get things rolling. And we stayed in Alicia's mom's old place right up the hill from the museum. And the goal of the immersion house was, of course, to speak in Sugt'stun as much as you can, but there was never a time where it was like we were only speaking Sugt'stun. So it wasn't like an immersion house where like you were only allowed to speak Sugt'stun, no English. If you have to speak English, go outside. But we were working toward that. But I was like an infant learner. Like I had no knowledge prior to going into that house, so it wasn't like a realistic. And Julie was the only person in that house who had any knowledge of Sugt'stun going into that. So it wasn't realistic to think that we would only be able to communicate using Sugt'stun, but the goal was to work toward that and use Sugt'stun as much as you could. And the other people in there in the immersion house with me were Julia Fine, who is, she actually just got her PhD in linguistics from UC Santa Barbara, but she had been coming to Kodiak every summer until I think last summer or the year before was she hadn't come one of those summers, but throughout her undergrad and her PhD, she was coming to Kodiak every summer for at least a couple of weeks to work with the community and teach language and learn it herself and all that. So she was a part of that, and she had known Evan Gardner. I think he did something in California where she was going to school, and so she met him through there. And so that was her connection, was being familiar with Evan Gardner and the Kodiak community and with the language. And then there was 2 Where Are Your Keys, like not interns, but like, I don't know, people who were really good with the Where Are Your Keys techniques. Their names are Josh Higginbotham and Anders something. He was from Norway. I don't remember his last name. They were 2 characters though. They were something else. They were very good Where Are Your Keysers though. Very familiar with all the techniques and what it takes to get an immersion house like that up and going. And so it was really helpful having them because they knew how to get language. Because that was another thing I wasn't really familiar with. Like I'd met Evan and done a couple of Where Are Your Keys things in Anchorage, but I wasn't like super familiar with the techniques and everything. And so having them 2 there was real nice to be able to learn that stuff and just learn how to learn language essentially. And then another Kodiak intern, Evan Amison, was there as well. And so it was the 5 of us, and just being there was, it was what got me, like I said, got me somewhere in my speaking ability. I was able to, like I said, hold a real like basic conversation. And that was just real important for me because it showed me that I knew that I could do it. I know that I learned that I could learn my language, and that was a real special summer. Why?
The pivotal moment I like to share about is letting go of fear. When I started, I was so scared of interacting with our elders. I was scared of messing up. I was embarrassed and ashamed when I messed up. I really let that fear get in the way of developing relationships with our elders, and I let it prevent me from speaking. And when I had a mentor, learner, bring me to the elders' houses, and for the first few times I got to watch her, and she would like invite me to participate, and I would just like, no, I'm good, I'll listen. And after a while, I felt bad for not participating, and pushed myself to start, and was just scared. I don't know why I was so afraid. But I started to realize that my fear, my inability to participate one-on-one in a conversation, was holding me back. And I started to try out little phrases and sentences in those gatherings with elders in their homes, as well as at language club. And the more I did that, the more I learned. And what I ended up learning from the experience of trying was that being quiet and being afraid wasn't developing relationships. And that when I did develop relationships with our elders, they got more comfortable. Because as long as I was uncomfortable, they were uncomfortable. And I was putting all this extra seriousness on it. And when I take that seriousness away and just allow myself to be myself and to grow in relationship with another person and to make mistakes, we can grow together. As long as I'm holding back and beating myself up when I make mistakes, I'm gonna be slower at learning. And when I did my master's program at UAF, we learned about second language acquisition, and there were studies. We had to read studies on affect and how our brains, how our attitudes about language learning, how our attitudes about ourselves in the process of language learning affect our ability to learn. And it was just further confirmation that my own concerns about how I looked and how I sounded, and if I was doing it right, and if I was gonna embarrass myself, were holding me back from learning. And I don't know what made me make that decision or change, but I think that my favorite word, is one of my favorite words, because when I learned it, we were at a language club with a bunch of elders, at least more than 2, and we were giggling. We were like just being ridiculous. We were making fun of each other and then complaining to the rest of the group that, oh, they're making fun of me. And it was such a blast. And I think I could really see that my fear was gone, and I was just participating. I was just having fun. And because of that fun that I had, I was able to just learn, just participate, and just grow in relationship with these elders. So if there's anything, things I do to decrease fear is connect with my ancestors before going into a language session and ask them for support in remembering our language and being gentle with myself, and just being there to develop relationships with the people, and removing any other things that make me uncomfortable. Like if it's being recorded, maybe not today if I'm feeling uncomfortable, maybe going to a different room if there are a bunch of people around, whatever we need to decrease the stresses and the things that are going to distract us from what's important, the languages, the relationship. And Ani.
Kayana Chutman. I want to talk about jumping in to teaching too fast and burnout. This is a tough one because it starts off with a not very pretty story. For me, I started learning in I think 2015, and it was really exciting. I was getting amazing grades in the language classes. So I was like, man, I'm good at this. And then we got this big old grant that involved like trying to teach everybody. And I had a full-time job, but part of my time was able to be on that grant, and I volunteered myself for everything. I love to help people throughout my year of learning. I had become really good friends with people in the language learning community here, and because they are just the coolest people, the best puns in the world are from language learners. So I'd gotten really close with them, and then we all had this grant, and I really wanted to help so much. So I got involved. Part of the grant was a preschool and an immersion preschool. And then there was also the high school class we were teaching. And then there were like family language nights, lots of chances to teach. And through all of the classes I took it through Kodiak College, there's a lot of learning about the language, but not a lot of like conversation. So I had like these great grades and this thought that I was really good at the language, like ready to teach. And I started helping out a ton and being involved in everything. And it was hard. I had no idea how hard it would be. Particularly immersion was really hard, to the point where you're so exhausted from teaching that you just want to nap. And there's not a lot of time to build fluency or get good at talking. And so what it became for me was I would be trying to learn the lesson right before I go teach it. Hit burnout really hard. And I didn't have the tools to realize I was in burnout. So I thought like I was just terrible. Like, this must be hard. I'm not good at this because something's wrong with me. I'm just awful. Which, if anybody's been in burnout before, that's a really great attitude, right? That's going to get you out of burnout. So it did not. And it actually resulted in me hitting total burnout and walking away from teaching, walking away from learning for 3 years. It was so bad that when I would hear my language, it would sound like static, like, you suck. And I had to walk away. And that was really hard. Spending the time around the people I love who still spoke was really hard. But so that's the bad part. Now the happy ending. So I did take a break, and I came back really about a year ago, when all of a sudden, like, all this language was happening via Zoom in my living room. So it was like a gentle reintroduction, because Derek would be teaching or attending the thing, and I'd like listen a little bit, like, oh, I'm not going to get on camera. And I think through the encouragement of the learners in my life, I'm like, it's time to do language again. And I've been pretty successful this time. And what I've learned from my journey is really like, watch out for burnout. Take care of yourself, be kind to yourself, protect your teachers. Buy your teachers a coffee. They need it. And so my pivotal moment is still like, taking care of people. I still want to help people, but it's probably going to be buying you a coffee and not offering to teach the lesson for you. And yeah. Oh, Chitmanitan.
And I'll just be brief because it's a lot of what Ani just said. You know, we got an immersion preschool grant. We got a grant for a 5-year ANA, Native Language Community Coordination grant, and we started an immersion preschool in 2017, January. And we learned a lot of lessons from that, but one of them was that our energy, in an immersion preschool, all of your energy goes to the kids, all of it, every second of it, all of it. All your preparation is for the kids, all your energy is for the kids. And what we found was that we were running our teachers out, and they were not only leaving the language movement, but leaving the island. It's not a laughing matter, right? It's really sad that we lost so many people over the course of this amazing grant and this amazing program. But what we didn't realize when we started it was that we didn't have enough teachers to sustain the program. What we needed was 2 fully fluent teachers and 4 other fully fluent teachers to back up each of those teachers. We needed like 6 people who could speak Alutiiq like nothing else, speak Alutiiq like it was nothing to them, and who were comfortable running classrooms with 3 to 5-year-olds, because most of our learners either had some level of fluency or were interested in working with 3 to 5-year-olds. And so we ran a lot of people out, and we're refocusing now on developing our teachers again. And I think that's a good pass off to Kangyuk, one of our newest and youngest teachers, who's taken on a new form, well, a revitalized form of teaching Alutiiq. Are you ready, Kangyuk? You're on mute.
Can you guys hear me better this way?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So you just mean about like the change and sorry. What you mean
from Zoom?
Yeah, sorry. I was just trying to reiterate what you said. So with the change with COVID, I full-heartedly believe, you know, obviously so much has happened negatively with the virus, but in the aspect of technology, it has changed everything for so many people. And like what Ani said about like being comfortable, like doing it from your house, that changed a lot for me. And then also, I just wanted to share that so I asked some people that attend my class to share a little bit about like how it's changed for them. And one student said, I had no idea how much of an impact it would have on my art, my well-being, and interest in my heritage, just to have it available. She also had never found such a greater like community and friendships, all online. And then they both kind of reiterated the same thing, and like how learning language is just so wholesome, and their goals are to pass it to their children. They're not trying to just keep it to themselves. And Zoom has opened up like so many doors to meet so many new people too. I've met so many people that are like so hungry, and it reminds me of like, don't get me wrong, I'm still hungry for language, but like so hungry like from the start, from the get-go, you know, and that's so encouraging. And Chubin allowed me to teach a class at, I don't know, I think I was 18, 19 maybe. Yeah, I was 17, because that was before I graduated high school. And so I started teaching via Zoom 1 day a week, and that class, like, it has changed so much. At the beginning, I was so nervous, so fearful, and it wasn't like, it was something that I didn't necessarily look forward to, I won't lie, because I was worried, I was nervous. And now it's like, oh my gosh, I'm so ready for Mondays. I teach dance and I teach language on those days, and it's just so wholesome to me. Yeah, I think that's kind of all that I have. to say on that. It's just been a lot of fun and I enjoy it.
Great. My dog thinks the mailman's here, so he's going to bark in the background. And I think we will talk next about the different types of language teaching tools we've used, and I'll pass it over to April.
Juliana. So in the earliest part of our language movement, I think TPR was the very first tool that was used in the 1990s when Philomena Hausler-Knecht and Florence Pesterkoff were teaching the language at Kodiak High School and Kodiak College. And of course, then there was a bit of a lull for a decade or so until the first Master Apprentice project. And with the Master Apprentice project, we used Leanne Hinton's methodology for learning through the Master Apprentice format. So I won't go into that in too much detail, but as soon as the Master Apprentice project started, and it's similar to what Chupman and Kangyuk were saying about the demands, or sorry, Chupman and Ani were talking about the demands of teaching on learners. And, as soon as like the first week we were apprenticing with our masters, people wanted us to start teaching. And so since it's not as easy to use the Master Apprentice method in a classroom, we were always looking for, what kind of tools can we use to teach the language when we're getting invited into classrooms all the time. And we were also trying to find ways for more people to start learning the language. So I was always doing research, trying to find out what are other tribes using. We had visited Hawaii, and of course, teaching in and through immersion as a language medium school was considered ideal, but our language status was very different. So at one point I found the accelerated second language approach by Stephen Gray Morning. Some of you may be familiar with the ASLA method. The ASLA method does involve some immersion. It involves scaffolding, building on what was learned in the previous set of lessons to use as building blocks for the next set of lessons. The very first set of lessons in the ASLA method is to introduce 16 nouns. So we spent a lot of time deciding what are the perfect 16 nouns to be able to allow us to build sentences. The next section was 12 verbs, and you only used the 16 nouns in the context of the 12 verbs, trying to limit it so that people aren't too burdened by adding the new vocabulary, and then can focus more on producing sentences. And then, each stage of his method builds and uses all of the terminology that has been introduced in previous lessons. We developed, I think, about 8 units in the accelerated second language approach. And it was used in the very first pilot college class that we held out at Kodiak College. I don't even know exactly what year it was. I'm thinking 2008. So the ASLA method was great, but it also wasn't the silver bullet. It sure wasn't. And I just kept thinking, man, I'm going to find that silver bullet, and it's going to make it so easy for me to teach what I know off to everyone else. And the ASLA method ended up not being the exact thing that we needed. After I moved over to Kodiak College to create the Alutiiq Studies program and the Alutiiq Language Occupational Endorsement Certificate, I was still looking for that silver bullet. And I found, after a couple of false starts with other language teachers, I found the Where Are Your Keys method. And we brought Evan Gardner up to Kodiak Island to do a workshop at Kodiak College in 2012. And so many of us on this call are really familiar with Where Are Your Keys, so I'm not going to go into detail about what the technique is like, but I would like to share my very first interactions with Evan when he arrived. I was so on edge. I had so much pressure on myself, like the weight of the language was on my back. I felt like if this doesn't work, everything's going to fall apart. I felt like I had to find a solution. And he had sent me an email about how we needed to have healthy snacks at the workshop. And so I spent days just obsessing over it and like freaking out inside about what kind of snacks am I going to have so that the learner's brain power would be maximized. And, he comes in, he sits down for like our first meeting when he arrived, and I just burst into tears. I'm pressuring myself so bad. Gosh, this was like over a decade ago. I'm not sure why I'm crying, but it's kind of bringing back that emotional feeling that we have when we feel like, the language has to survive and I have to do everything I can to make it happen. And I just remember at that point, Evan like kind of realized like the emotional load that I was carrying, and he kind of helped me bring it back down to a manageable level. And like, April, your snacks are great. And we did have some good snacks in that workshop, but that really was a turning point for us. The Where Are Your Keys method isn't a silver bullet. There isn't one. We're never going to find one. It takes talking to each other to bring back the language. But I think that was that was my big introduction to Where Are Your Keys, getting way too worked up and then realizing, okay, we need to bring it back down and try to have fun and try to support each other. And it's that support that really brought us through. I think, we're getting low on time, but I wanted to share one last thing kind of as my final thing to share today. And that is, a couple of years ago, I had kind of a epiphany about language learning. I had read a article about lying in second language acquisition, and how surprisingly, when people did some research, they found that it was easier for people to lie in their second language than in their first language. And the reason for it was because when you're speaking your own language, there's an emotional response when you're in situations of high stress, and lying is a stressful thing. And so when people were speaking their second language, for some reason, they weren't having as much trouble lying as they were in their own language. And it made me realize something that I had been experiencing with one of my colleagues and friends that I met regularly to speak the language. We would have lunch and we would talk, and I was going through some really hard times at that time, struggling with depression and other types of things. And we were practicing language at the same time. So we'd be talking about our problems in the language. And I realized that it was actually easier to talk about those hard things in Sugt'stun than it was in English. And it was because of this same theoretical basis of the research, where it's the emotional response. When we speak our second language and our heritage language, it's taking place in a slightly different part of the brain than our first language. And so through that lens of the second language, we are able to sometimes access deep and stressful and painful parts of ourselves, and use them when we might not be able to in our first language. That's my language superpower. It's easier to cry in your language, just like it's easier in your heritage language if it's your second language, than it is to, similarly to being able to lie in another language. That didn't come out nearly as well as I hoped, but I hope I got my point across. Hoyana.
Hoyana. I think it was great. Yeah. I call it learner guilt. The weight of the language rests on our shoulders. And it's definitely kept me up at night. It's definitely something that I think about when we hear that an elder is not well, or that when we consider visiting them during COVID. Koyana Ishik. And I wanted to just add that, we've had numerous trainings on different language teaching methods and curriculum development, and guest presenters, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, coming to Kodiak, and us traveling out to see what others are doing. And what you're right, we haven't found that like silver bullet. We've taken what's worked from a lot of different methods and teachings and woven them together into what is working for us now. We've used a number of, like in the high school and college classes, we've used our knowledge as it's developed from the influence of all of those trainings to mold and build the classes that we've taught. Our next subject is materials development. And I wonder if we should come back to it for Ishik. Yeah, we'll come.
Oh, I can do it. I was just trying to close my window because I was getting a glare in my my face. I was just going to briefly share, we have alutiiqlanguage.org, which is kind of almost like a shared website. We have more than one entity that participates in adding materials to that website. We felt that because so many different organizations in our community have various different roles in the language, we needed to have a website instead of having, you know, oh, come to alutiiqmuseum.org for this, go to shunaktribe.org for that. Everything would all be in one-stop shop for Alutiiq language. So we have that website where we have videos and downloadable materials, and we try to keep that as like a master archive so that anyone can access the language as long as they have access to the internet.
Yeah, so Derek put that link in the chat. It's just alutiiqlanguage.org. And on that site, you can find posters, games, a searchable dictionary with audio files connected, a song resource, database, all our curriculum, and we have lots of stuff. We've made books and cue books, like apps. So check it out. It's all on that website. Next we're talking about what we're doing currently. And that includes the KIC committee. If you could describe how that got started and what its role is.
Sure. The KIC committee was started by the Alutiiq Museum in about 2004, or maybe even 2003, but it was never something that was only the Alutiiq Museum. It's always been sort of a grassroots ad hoc committee of anyone that wants to be involved. We don't have like a hierarchical leadership of any kind. Usually there's a person that is facilitating the group so that we can work our way through an agenda. But it's a time to be able to share what we're doing between the different entities that are working on the language, brainstorm issues that come up within the region, and get feedback on things as they come up. So if you don't have a regional language committee for your region, I would highly recommend it. It allows us to have specialties for different organizations. So, you know, the Alutiiq Museum is oftentimes the one that administers the elder hours. We just kind of have an elder timesheet that happens to work well for us. And that way the elders can get paid by just one entity instead of getting little stipends from various different entities. And so that's been a really like a bedrock of our language movement for almost 20 years now. So it's something that I try to share with a lot of people. And it's also the place that we come together to talk about our strategic plan, which I'll hand it back to Chupman to talk about.
Yeah, it's helped us build our language movement as an island, so that we're not submitting grants at the same time for similar projects for the same language. Instead, we're bringing our grant ideas to the same table and talking about who should apply this year and how it'll help all the villages and all of our communities. Our strategic plan is built every 3 to 5 years, and we, you know, the KIC committee is open to anyone who wants to show up. We've had participation from some Native corporations, our tribes, the Kodiak Public Library director came for a while. We invite widely and know that the right people are coming to the table. no matter who shows up. We invite our elders and our language teachers and anyone else who wants to come. And we invite that group to help us build our strategic plan every few years. And that strategic plan really guides what grants we go for, what programs we're going to run. We sit down together and look at what are the next few years going to bring us, and how do we accomplish our overarching mission, which is to bring back the Alutiiq language to the mouths of our people. And so then with a united front, we can apply for grants, we can apply for grants, and we can choose to create programs that are in support of our strategic plan. And what's nice about having a strategic plan based on wide community input is that that's a great support for a grant application. ANA and other granting organizations like to see that you're not operating alone without community input. And so that has helped us, I think, in our grant application process. I talked a little bit about our previous grant, and we are starting a new one. We just, is that bad? Is the dog's barking bad?
We all feel for you, I think.
I use my best mom voice. Okay, so the new grant, we're building a master apprentice program, and we're also trying to expand our connections with the broader Sugpiaq community. We've been good about working together. Yeah. I'll pass it off to someone else to talk about building our community.
I can possibly pick up here in terms of like planning out projects and whatnot with the strategic plan. So the strategic plan, you know, we've had some great people work on it and have it organized, you know, by, you know, these are all the materials development that we need. This is all the education stuff that we need, you know, in terms of events, this is the kind of things that we need. And so by looking at that plan and saying, oh, you know, we're working on this project idea for a grant. These are the 3 things from the strategic plan that we think we can accomplish with this grant. And so it's really enabled us to check off items on our wish list, but also having that document whenever you're applying for a grant. Those of you who are involved in grant writing, it's an incredibly helpful thing to have a strategic plan to say, you know, if you give us this grant, it'll help us achieve X, Y, and Z on our regional language strategic plan. And this many people have signed off on this plan. And, you know, for us, it has really increased the success rate for grant applications. And so it's something else that I always try to highly recommend. And I think we've also included information about creating strategic plans in the Alaska Native Language Preservation and Advisory Council's biennial report. It was just recently released, and it's a report of recommendations to the governor and legislature. But this year, one of the new things that we've added to our report is recommendations to individual language groups that development of a regional strategic plan is incredibly helpful.
So our new grant is through the Chinook tribe, and we'll build a master apprentice program for the next few years. It's only a 3-year grant, so we're hoping for other funding and fundraising to build that program out, either by adding apprentices and or extending the program. Another component of that program is to build our relationships and collaboration with the rest of the Sugpiaq community. We're pretty good about on island working together, but we have a larger Sugpiaq nation spread across Prince William Sound and the Chugach region. So we're trying to start to build those relationships as we also start an immersion program. Is there anything else you want to add about our current efforts group?
I guess I just want to expand a little bit more on the like trying to reach and collaborate with our fellow Sugpiaq community members beyond our island. It's like it's been a weird struggle that we've like had, just because I think primarily because of the geographic boundary between us and the Prince William Sound and Alaska Peninsula speakers and everything, but also this split in like organizations, I think has some effect on that as well. You know, here in Kodiak, and then the Alaska Peninsula is part of the Kodiak region, and then the Chugach region is Prince William Sound and Kenai Peninsula, and we all speak Sugt'stun, and there are some dialectic variations, differences, and all. But just for some reason, that divide, I think, has been one of the reasons why it's been hard for us to collaborate. And it's not that we haven't collaborated; we've worked with people there for years and years, but it's just been a hard thing to collaborate on, and we're kind of we're getting to the point where, with how few speakers of the Kodiak Island style that there are, 18 now, it's allowing us to broaden our search for speakers in that way. Now we're collaborating with them more. The museum has a couple of projects that we've done over the past couple of years with Sugt'stun, who is an organization up there who's got a lot of focus on the Sugpiaq arts, culture, and heritage and everything up in that region. So I'm excited to see how this A&A grant with the Shunak tribe furthers that, and excited to work with speakers and learners there as well.
Well, that wraps up our presentation. Is there anything you all want to add before we open it up for question and answer? Okay, Haley Hannah, we'll pass it off to you for Q&A. Koyana Sinak.
Hey, Cook, everyone. Wow, that was so rich. I feel cook. I feel full in a good way. We have a question in the room. So there's audio speakers, so you could just say it there.
Oh, I just wanted to recommend Natalia's dance class through Zoom. I took it and it's awesome. I would definitely hook it up and dance with her when you have a chance. That's all. Thank you. That's good.
Anyone else in the class have questions? Yes, Sandra.
I just want to have a statement, maybe a question, but I really appreciate you guys sharing all of your journeys, the history and where you're at now, and also seeing young speakers. It's very exciting. Well, you all are young. I'm older than all of you guys, so you all are young. But it's just really nice to see that and see how you're building that language base also, and that you're still doing it. I know that that's what we're trying to do at Atna. We're trying to build that stability with our language, since we've lost so many speakers ourselves during COVID, and we're trying to think about, what do we do next? And you've given me a lot of ideas of what we can do to build on that. My question is, how do you encourage your community to get more involved when there's only a few people? How did you jump into that realm of just encouraging people?
Go ahead, Isha.
Well, I was just going to say it's something that we still struggle with. Getting new people involved is hard. Just almost like as part of learning language, it just automatically creates a barrier for people to jump in. Because, you know, as somebody who was a new learner myself, just like breaking into that sphere, like you feel bad as a learner, like forcing everybody to cater to you, because you don't often have a huge swath of new learners at once. And that actually happened pretty recently, where we started getting that when we started doing Zoom lessons. But generally speaking, that's kind of a rare occurrence. So it really feels like it's all eyes on you so that you can start learning. And I think that's a fear that people have when they seek language learning and they seek to get started. Is, you know, it's intimidating to do that. And so as a teacher, it's hard to find ways to limit that fear and limit that intimidation. And I think one of the ways that we've done that is have people like Kang Yuk, who's started teaching an introductions class, which has since kind of evolved from just learning how to do your Sugt'stun introduction to doing more beginner type lessons and opening it up. And then Tapu and Ani as well have been teaching lessons at Language Club. Language Club, you know, has been going on for many years, and we, within the last, you know, since the pandemic started offering it via Zoom. And so Tapu and Ani have used that time to teach lessons on that platform as well. But it's still hard, you know, like just because we had those offerings started up, you know, it's still hard for people to come into those now. And so it's just a constant struggle to let people feel open to join the sphere, because there is just innate intimidation as a learner to break in and have people teach you. And it's hard as a teacher too to pick like what lessons you're doing. Like you've been doing advanced style lessons for months and months and months, and now there's a new person who's really excited about being there, and to switch gears for everybody, it can be a struggle as a teacher as well. But chip in if you have more to share, or anybody else.
I also want to offer that the Unangax group can also chime in here. The Q&A can be for both groups. So if they have anything to share. I also want to just address that we've offered like in-person community classes before it's like a delicate choice we have to make. Do we open it up for everyone and really pour our energy into bringing brand new people in? Or do we spend that time increasing our own fluency? Do we want 100 people who can say good morning, good afternoon, and good night? Or do we want 5 people who can be conversational? And at this point in our language movement, we don't have enough resources to really do both well. So it's something we have to consider. Right now, I'd say in our movement, we're focusing on the people who have some language and getting them as fluent as we possibly can before our elders go. And we have a couple opportunities for people to get in the door. But it is a delicate balance. We have to be careful with our fluent speakers. We have to be careful to not burn out our teachers. We have to be careful to support those who are going to stay around for 10 plus years, to stay around and not overwork them, and to develop their own fluency.
Talk about burnout. Sorry, you can go now. I really appreciate you guys talking about burnout. That's a real thing, and on the times that I've had that, and then I came back, and then I had it again. So it's really great to see, you guys talking about it, because that's a part of being in this movement too. Yeah.
Shanann, Sandra.
Does anyone else have any other questions in the room? On Zoom?
Marissa has a question in the chat that I want to, I don't know, I guess spotlight. And Marissa said, what can we as eager learners do to support these programs, etc.? What areas of work might help aid the overall goal of increasing the number of fluent speakers? I don't feel as if I can completely answer that question, but I think like encouraging others to find their culture is a great step. I think overall, the overarching goal is to make our culture seen or make our culture seen and to make our culture heard. If it's language or art, expression of decolonizing mindsets. And I don't know, I think this is the most time in my life that I've like spent learning and whatnot. And I wouldn't have this much time if it weren't for people wanting to learn from me. I don't know how many hours I'm dedicating right now, but it's a lot of fun. And, teaching beginners, but then also I have a smaller advanced class or like intermediate level class, I guess, just like from that level to go further. And I don't know, I get really encouraged by other people that want to learn. I kind of iterated that earlier. It's refreshing to see someone just starting, and I've been inspired by Chutman. I am trying to teach one of my younger cousins who was about my age when Chutman started teaching me, and just kind of like keeping that mindset of passing it down is what I think.
I think advocacy is something that we need. We need someone in the boardroom to say, hey, I think we need to fund our language programs. I think we need to make it our own priority so that our programs don't have to fight over grant funding, and create a whole new program every 3 years to be able to apply for a small amount of money to get a few people along in this process, or to create one document and then to have to report all of it and track all of it and hire a grant manager just to manage all of it because it's such a big job and there's so much extra work around federal granting. So people in boardrooms can support us, and not just us, but like language movements across Indigenous Alaska, all of Alaska. And yeah, learning, I think that it's really, there's been a resurgent in our community to like rename organizations and roads, the traditional name, the Alutiiq name, the Sugpiaq name of those organizations or of those places. And that's really cool on paper. And the next step is to learn how to say those things, that we're not just using them on paper, but we're also giving voice to our beautiful language and honoring our ancestors and our elders in our language in that way.
Are there any other questions? people. That was so good. So great.
I do want to say that I enjoyed hearing the Unangax presentation and that we have a lot of similarities. We even have same last names. Andersons, Lestenkoffs, Pletnikovs. But it was good to hear those shared struggles, shared excitement, shared stories that we have.
Okay, so I think we added to the agenda plus deltas. I don't normally do that because I'm not like a very cute person, but I wanted to ask those of you who do that, and Darling, if you wanted to share any of those or facilitate us in sharing some plus deltas or pleltas.
Figured you're gonna ask. I think a lot of people are doing these like at the end of meetings. We usually do them at the end of lessons just to hear about what people liked, what could be done better. Sugt'stun, are you able to help me if I scribe?
If you scribe?
Yeah, I gotta, yeah.
Okay. Plus deltas are a form of feedback for just about anything. Deltas are if you had a magic wand, $1 million, or a time machine, what would you change about this workshop presentation thing we are all at today? Pluses are what did you like about today and what you would do more of. Pleltas are a little bit of both. We will start off with deltas today. I will try to keep an eye on the chat to see if I see anything pop up there. If you have any pluses or deltas, please put them in the chat if you do not feel like saying them out loud, or if your connection's bad. Does anybody have a delta for today?
I can start just real quick. Was that maybe I wish I gave us some more time for the Unangam Tunu panel, just to hear from others.
I will start that. Oh, also, stars are kind of like Facebook likes, so either you agree with what was said or you were going to say the same thing. You get that, darling?
Sorry, I was reading the chat to Tom.
Sitchin.
Okay.
Haley Hanna has a Plelta. She really enjoyed our time together and wish our panels could have lasted longer. I will star that too. Any other deltas?
I think Crystal raised her hand.
Tamidiga.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if it would be a delta or a plelta, but I'm glad that this happened today, this Zoom and in-person panel discussion and fanning the flame event. I just wish that we had some way to follow up after this and hear from participants that were involved, and if anything that they heard here today from either of our groups makes a difference in their language learning in the future.
On that note, that's such a great point. Because I'm going to start that too. We do plan on, I did add our next workshops in the chat here. You can follow us on the Alaska Native Studies Facebook page. But we have 2 more workshops tomorrow and then Saturday with the Salish School of Spokane, where they'll share about the Paul Creek language learning method and their Indigenous language fluency transfer system. And then on Monday, we'll go down, those of us who are facilitating these workshops and planning them, we'll go down to Juneau to be with Dr. Hune Lance Twitchell. And that workshop will also be on Zoom. And after that, we'll have like a business meeting of sorts. So everyone if you've only been involved today for an hour or all day today, or just one of the things, we'll invite you to that business meeting. We really want to include more discussions after this and follow up. So that was such a great point, Crystal, and thanks for giving me the time to talk about that quickly before we go.
Candace had a delta that Darling copied and pasted, was her dogs were barking. Any other deltas? Moving on to pluses. We can popcorn in a bit. Rebecca says, plus hearing feelings that were experienced while learning language. It feels familiar and I can relate and feel relieved that it's not just me. I actually have a plus. It was good to hear other people talk about burnout today.
Stomach. All of stuff
that work too.
I have a plus on the snod of what Candace's dog barking. We don't have dogs on Tanagami.
Marissa has a plus, I'm assuming more sharing across cultural groups so we can share what works and what doesn't. I'll star that.
Stuff.
Natalia has a delta, low energy at the end, maybe just a long day. I'm gonna go with long day because this afternoon kind of filled me up. Any other pluses, deltas, or pleltas?
I have a plelta.
Cheyenne and then Darling.
I think there might be one similar to this already, but being able to relate to language program struggles.
And I'm just going to start that because I was going to say something similar about hearing about similar language program struggles between the Sugtstun team and the Unangam Tunu team.
Anybody else? Crystal has a plus. To echo what Moses said, for a long time, it was really lonely trying to do any language teaching / revitalization. So it is wonderful and heartwarming to see so much interest by so many new learners these days. I'll start that. Any others?
I think just gathering and the sharing aspect is empowering and enlivening, I guess, to the, I don't know, it's been, say, monotonous in some forms. Good to gather with you all.
Nice start.
We have a plus in the class.
Yes.
A plus is that to see so many of the languages and all your work that you're doing out there in the islands. Just doing such wonderful work out there. And hearing your language and having your fluent speaker here with us. Just wonderful.
I'll stuck that. Kogasa Kokidak for being here with us.
Oh, my pleasure.
Any other pluses, deltas? Kodiak, do you have anything?
No.
Krista has a delta. What is your delta?
One thing I was just thinking, I mean, it like everyone was saying, it was really wonderful to have Moses here, and I wish we had thought to invite Moses, you know, to do like a speaking demonstration where we could just hear, you know, Unangam Tunu, because I feel like that's something that a lot of us don't get to do a lot of, just hearing it just being spoken. And if we had, you know, set aside like 5 minutes or something to just hear him just speak to us in Unangam Tunu. It's always one of my favorite things, to just hear it spoken.
Sugtstun.
And can I add for Sugtstun as well? I would love to have heard, I mean, I loved your Sugtstun panel, and oh my goodness, I was over here laughing. So you guys are so fun and so full of energy, but I would love to have heard some more Sugtstun spoken to. I mean, your introductions are amazing. I'm not trying to make this sound like a bad thing, but along the lines of what Crystal just said.
Concourse. It's this on that one. And one extra on the delta before. Oh, there's 4 on that one. Any other pluses, deltas, or pleltas? Nat? Plus deltas. Going once. Going twice. Sold! Kitchen karasa cooking
for having us today.
Thank you all, for all of you, all of the speakers who are here with us, who shared. You all are amazing. I just feel so uplifted. So I'll be in touch with you via email. You'll probably hear from Dr. Maria Williams about our next workshops, and you'll be invited to our business meeting. And of course, these next few days of workshops too. We'd love to see you for as long as you can or can't be with us. So I'm linking up everyone. Have a good evening.
Leona Hilihana for facilitating us today and inviting us to participate.
Well, Kohasakuk to my team. I wouldn't have been able to do it without Sandra Shaganoff-Stewart, the chair of Alaska Native Studies, and Dr. Maria Williams, a professor here at Alaska Native Studies, Dr. Hune Lance Twitchell, a professor down at UAS, and Dr. Chris Stivey, a professor down at Kenai Peninsula College. So I wouldn't have been able, this was a team effort. We all did it together, and I feel so supported by all of you today too, knowing that now we're this one big, huge language revitalization team.
Kalasakuk alugawam ayaga. And I want to say Kalasakuk to our Unangam Tunu team, all of our speakers, and then of course, all of our funders that have been helping to continue the momentum of our preservation efforts.
Sanako. Nalikinga.
Ukudili.
Yeah, nothing.